Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the Finance Committee Round 1 budget for January 24th, 2023. It's a new day, and I'd like to reconvene this meeting and acknowledge that the SCRD is still located on the traditional territories of the Sea-Shelton and Squamish Nations. So moving on in our agenda, where we left off yesterday, we're moving on to Annex Z, pages 270 through 404 in our agenda.
The letter is, sorry, you said Z? Excellent, thank you. Sorry, I misheard.
It's going to be one of those days, is it?
It's going to be a rough meeting.
So just as a heads up for our audience who may be following along at home, we are looking at a slightly revised sequence for our agenda today. We will be going from items number 28 through 35. And then we're going to be jumping to 45 through 57, and then, 45 through 58, and then we'll be doing 36 through 44, depending on how far we get today. And then infrastructure will be on Wednesday. So if you're tuning in today just to listen to infrastructure, we'll see you tomorrow. But that being said, on Annex Z, these are provided for information. I don't know if anybody from the senior leadership team wants to introduce any parts of it, or if it's purely for questions. Yeah, it's just there for questions. So just a high level item here for directors if there are any questions. Otherwise, I don't see any hands up. So we will move on to our double alphabet. Annex AA, introduction of the summary of budget, proposed initiatives and carry forwards at round 1 budget. And I believe our CAO is going to be introducing.
Yes, thank you. I just need a short, Christine's going to come in and help me get the slides started up. Well, it looks like we got it. Thank you, Sherry. Thank you, everybody. Some of this is going to be a bit of a restatement of some of the things we heard at pre-budget, but I think especially for the people that might be watching online or will be watching online later at the recording, there's probably some benefit to restating a couple of the items. Why is this not advancing? Show slideshow mode. Just 1 second, it's not advancing. Typical. Oh, there we go. Okay, so I'll just roll off just a few highlights. It's almost hate to reel off highlights because I'll miss so many from the year that was. We'll talk a little bit about the budget process, the budget project status update. Talk a little bit about something we do every year at this time, our people, how are we doing? There's been a lot of focus on some of the HR FTEs that are in the budget this year. We'll talk just in general terms about human resources consideration and a tiny piece on next steps. So in terms of a few highlights from 2022, recreation back to full service after COVID. We're not back to full numbers, but we're back to full service levels. Saw the first use of the region's new emergency alert system, Voyant Alert. Staff worked through emergency operations centers, state of local emergency to ensure that 4.2 billion liters of water was distributed to residents on the Chapman system in 2022. The Roberts Creek Fire Department unveiled a brand new logo, which was designed in collaboration with the Shechelle Nation. We held the groundbreaking for Church Road Wellfield, and we're really close to getting it online and commissioned. We launched the water strategy, saw participation from communities across the coast. We were awarded a $760,000 grant for the Wood Creek Wastewater Treatment Facility. We launched engagement with wastewater treatment facilities, involved proactive outreach and information sessions. New waste disposal regulations were launched to keep food, water, and recyclable materials out of the landfill. Trash bash returned in 2022, and 5,300 kilograms of illegally dumped material was cleared from 25 sites, from Elphinstone to West House Sound. We made significant gains in asset management and capital planning. Successful local government elections were conducted for the SCRD and school district. And we successfully completed WorkSafe's program and committee evaluation program, the PACE program, which is also an example of one of those unexpected collaborative opportunities we had in 2022 that no one considered for their work plans at the beginning of the year. Now, in terms of the projects done, we still haven't got all the year-end completed. So the final projects completed numbers for 2022 are still draft. But what the numbers indicate is overall, we're getting a lot more projects completed each year. We'll probably be between 65 and 70 completed projects for 2022, with probably another 50 in the up to 75% category. Those are improvements. We'll have final numbers soon. As you can see from the total projects, we still have a lot of work to do, but those numbers will explain some of the next numbers you're going to see. Items impacting 2023, and Tina went through these at pre-budget. I don't need to go through them a lot other than to say they're still very relevant, if not more so. If anything, fuel is going to be even higher. Some additional costs are going to be even higher. So all of these things remain critical factors for us to consider moving forward. Now, our people. How are we doing? We have really tried to focus on establishing some meaningful level of work-life balance. We're recognizing that there's a lot of people that are doing a lot of work throughout the organization. Despite that, and this remains true, morale is still pretty high. While that's true, we are starting to notice that fatigue and burnout is becoming a greater concern. And some of that is because as we continue to surge through challenge after challenge, crisis after crisis, once the acute becomes chronic, it becomes a lot harder to manage. These next couple of slides will demonstrate some of that. So I went back for the last 5 years. Returning board members, you'll get used to this slide. This will be the third year I've done a bit of a view of this. Looking at the average of the senior leadership team and recognizing that for the last year and a half, we've had an additional senior leadership team member that theoretically should be helping us to work a few less hours. But as it turns out, on average, the extra days of work done by the senior leadership team remains very high. In fact, we're doing the equivalent of essentially 5 quarters of work time during a 4-quarter year. And that's starting to have some impacts on people's energy levels for sure. Now, this is a new one. I hadn't looked at this one before, but when we go below the senior leadership team level, and we're just looking at excluded staff members in general, in 2018, so 5 years ago, 10 members of our excluded staff, not including SLT, including SLT, worked over 200 unpaid hours. And this year that number was 21. 21 members of our excluded staff worked over 200 unpaid hours in 2022. So if we start to see that people are fatiguing, people are burning out, these are some of the reasons why. Here is a bit of a rehash of what we saw at pre-budget, but I wanted to, remind the public, just bring it up again. We're really focused on recruitment, but also we're focused on retention. It's a bit of a challenge to focus on retention when we can promise people they're going to work that many extra hours, but I think because morale remains high and we're getting a lot of interest in some of our postings, I think we're maintaining our position as a desirable employer on the Sunshine Coast and potentially for people that are looking to join us. As I mentioned, quiet quitting, lifestyle decisions, burnout, those aren't just factors for us, those are factors for employers all over the world right now, certainly in local government in BC. One thing that came up when we were talking about additional potential resource requests is each time we have a vacancy, we do an internal review on the vacancy to ensure that we have the right resource with the right qualifications. So we're aligning our resources correctly, but we're also doing something that we think will be successful in recruiting. And we're hoping that despite the additional workloads, that our morale remains high and we continue to be a place that people love coming to work every day. In 2022, we posted 128 jobs, and at pre-budget, the number was only 104. So we were still doing lots of postings after pre-budget. We're also doing a lot of work on staff development and trying to create succession opportunities within our organization. But we're also creating succession opportunities among the Sunshine Coast local governments as well. The Sunshine Coast Regional District tends to be a supplier to other local governments more than a recipient of employees from other local governments. You're welcome, Gibsons. You're welcome, Seashelt. And every once in a while, these people that leave for higher ranking opportunities in other organizations come back to us. And we had that happen twice over the last year and a bit. People that left our organization for higher positions with others came back to our organization for higher positions again. Talking to the other CAOs on the Sunshine Coast, this is an inevitable progression, and in so many ways it's a positive progression, because even if we have people that go to Gibsons or Seashelt or even Shishel Nation, we're keeping those productive people on the coast and developing them further, and that's successful. We also did a pilot project this year utilizing social media recruitment, and we saw a lot of uptake as a result of that, which is also positive. So in round one, up from yesterday's number of 16.36 FTE requests, there are 17.36 FTEs being requested. And in general, and we'll be able to dig into these when you have questions as we get to individual items, they sort of fall into three buckets. Some of the positions are there to deal with increases in regulatory and legislative requirements. And a couple examples would be the WorkSafe BC PACE program last year. I would say hundreds of hours went into that program, which we finished, completed it successfully. It was nowhere on our radar when we did budget 2022. We didn't plan for it. We certainly didn't resource it. We just reacted to it, and it took a tremendous amount of time. One that's going to be rearing its head for 2023, that going into pre-budget we hadn't considered at all, are the new provincial accessibility requirements. We have to, and business continuity requirements, things that we hadn't planned for and we're certainly not resourced for, and we have to do them. And the second bucket is positions that are required to either complete existing projects or for the new projects that are coming on board. And I think in terms of what it means for round one, depending on which resources are approved and not, which is totally your call, one of our jobs will be to try to articulate what the project implications might be of those decisions. And the last one, and I've got it in sort of mini quotes, maintenance of service levels. We are trying really hard to maintain adequate service levels, despite the fact that we're coming out of COVID a little bit. I would say that in some departments we have not been able to climb back into what would be response times that would match pre-COVID. And a lot of that is because the staffing hasn't increased significantly in those departments, but the workload has increased substantially. The other thing that we're finding is while we have beefed up staffing in some departments, we haven't made corollary increases in our support services functions, legislative services, HR, finance. So we'll go through some of those. And in terms of next steps, we'll be doing a number of outreach and community work, presenting to municipalities, community groups before round two. Round two right now is scheduled for February 21st and 22nd, with financial plan bylaw adoption on March 23rd, 2023. And that's it for my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, CAO McKinley. We'll get the screen share turned off there. All right. And Director White.
Well, a question about just that FTE situation of in 2022, we had 128 jobs posted. Are we, that suggests to me there was quite instability with having all these openings happening and people probably having to cover for an extra job or even multiple other jobs. Is that still relatively the case, or I mean, I know overall, I know there was a lot of instability post-pandemic, and for a lot of organizations and companies, that's starting to settle down a bit. So I'm wondering where we're at on that, and how much perhaps of some of the reported burnout and stress that's been caused by that over the last couple years, there might be some potential of settling because of people actually filling those positions, or if they're still not being filled.
I think I'll happily turn that question, which is a very good question and comment, over to Jerry Parker. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Chair. We are seeing some stabilization. The 128 job postings actually reflects not just regular vacancies. This is temporary vacancies. These are casual postings. These are repostings. As was mentioned, we're trying to get our recreation services back up to full staffing complement. We've posted lifeguards over and over and over again. So these are reflected in those postings. Same would apply for transit, where we're actually seeing posting after posting after posting. Some are the difficult to fill. Utility engineering tech, for example, reposted a number of times. Currently, though, we have about 6 vacancies that we're looking to fill. So it does reflect a stabilization. But it also does reflect some of the things that we've been talking about, whether it's burnout, injuries on the job, or other things that cause lengthy absences. We post temporary vacancies when we anticipate lengthy absences. Other entitlements under Employment Standards Act, for example, compassionate leave, we've had some of those as well. But all in all, we are stabilizing. The number is down from the previous year. It was 148 last year. It's down to 128 this past year. And we're filling, the other thing, and actually the board will see this at our semi-annual report, we're filling more and more jobs internally. So we're talking about succession planning. We're talking about promoting from within and seeing some success that way. Thank you.
Which promoting within can also generate multiple postings as people move up the ladder, and you've got to hire to fill that position. So, Director McMahon.
Yes, I have raised this before, but I'll mention it again. When we're looking at the project completions, it's helpful to know how many of those projects were going to be one-year projects and how many of them are multi-year projects, so that we have an idea of how many were completed within the time that was anticipated. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Go ahead.
That is tracked in the BPSR, but it wasn't articulated specifically in my slide.
Okay. So there is more information within the massive spreadsheet. I thought I'd seen another hand, but I guess not. Okay. Then I don't see, oh, thank you. Director Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. Couple of whatever technical or numeric questions. What's the standard working year in hours? Is it 1750? Based on a 35-hour work week, is that right?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Chair. We have a few variations. We have some staff that are 35 hours. We have some that are 37 and a half, and we have some that are 40. So it can vary from about 1,820 up to about 2,080. The majority are around the 1,820 mark.
Okay, thanks. And something for the board, it was reconfirmed when I was reading some of the things last night. We need to be very careful with increasing FTEs partway through the year, because I think some of what we're encountering this year is effectively the catch-up from an approval for a new hire last year, where only a little bit of it went into the budget. So all of a sudden this year we got to cover the whole thing. And so I think I would ask that we look at this going forward, that when we're being asked for an FTE, we see what is the impact going to be on a full year basis, not just what is the impact on 2023. Thanks.
Fair comment. Thank you. Directors, any other questions before we get going here? I'm sorry, CAO McKinley?
Yeah, sorry, just one item. So the future financial implications are included as part of the FTE request. So it will have what the projections are for this year. And yesterday, the CFO was saying that we'll sometimes budget for 9 months in 2023 or 6 months or 3 months, depending on when we believe the position can be filled. And then also in there is the future impact on what it would be at 100% in future years.
Yes, on an individual basis though, but like when we were looking at that percentage chart, it's not gonna necessarily give contemplation. Yeah, anyways, yeah, okay. I saw a hand up again and then it disappeared. That was you? Okay, okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. I think the key is to show us not just separated, but aggregated, that if we're going to hire 1 or 100 people, what is the impact on taxation if we are able to hire them all on January 1st of 2023? Okay, that's a separate thing, but it is a number that we're now encountering because we're looking at 9% and we haven't even started. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, I don't see other hands up, so we are going to move on into, go ahead, Director Henderson.
Thank you for your indulgence, Chair. I'm not sure, I don't want to put any of the staff on the spot, but how do we measure morale?
Thank you, Senior Manager Parker.
Yeah, thank you for the question. There's a few different ways. One of them, the primary way, is actually through staff meetings and the feedback that we're getting from managers. We have done surveys in the past, and we have baselines as well as feedback. Most recent survey was last year, so it's been a while, but should be repeated again. And then anecdotally and stories. And one of the best examples I can say is actually the word of mouth that comes from people that are applying to join the SCRD, and what they're hearing about the SCRD and what they're hearing from people that are working here. So it's very positive all the way around.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. All right, with that, I think we're gonna move on to Annex BB, which is 2023 Round 1 Budget Proposals, General Government. So just before I go to introductions, this is gonna be our format for the rest of the next 2 days. And we're gonna receive a very brief introduction from staff on this particular section. And then we will go through the budget proposals as they're listed here one by one. So, you know, the very first one on the list, Legislative Services Assistant, 0.5 FTE. Questions, comments, discussion, and then looking for recommendations based off of the menu that was handed out yesterday. If we're good to incorporate, you can make a recommendation based on option 1, which is that it's approved and incorporated into the round 2 budget. And there are other options depending on if you'd like to see more information. Please specify what additional information you'd like to see at round 2. And then there are other options here if we want to defer it or fund it from alternate sources or just abandon the project entirely. Does that make sense to everybody? We will go through it as quickly as everybody is comfortable with, because it is a lot of items in 2 days. But, you know, please don't hesitate to ask for, you know, a few minutes just to sort of regather your thoughts. So with that, I think we'll turn it over to our corporate officer.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. So the CAO captured a lot of the high-level changes that we are responding to. The 2023 budget requests from general government are really coming forward to address capacity and resource needs within the department. And our challenge going forward is to maintain our ability to carry out our day-to-day operational needs while also supporting significant organizational change that has occurred with respect to how we're working in more hybrid and remote models, how our meetings are conducted, so the implementation of things like electronic meetings, and then also the acknowledgement of the increasing expectations for the regional district to deliver more remote and digital services. And these expectations are coming both from the public as well as internally from staff who need a way to collaborate when we're not always here in person. So as such, we've brought forward 5 initiatives which support those efforts, and we're happy to take any questions the committee may have.
Thank you. Director McMahon.
Yeah, this is a general question in regards to staffing. Like, one of the reasons to hire additional staff is that your existing staff are putting in too much overtime, right? And that's a cost consideration. You are saving on overtime, although you're spending on salary. But in my experience with the reporting, we never see the savings. Like, it doesn't get reported back to us. So how do we know if we're saving money by hiring staff?
That's a great question. Manager Parker.
Yeah, thank you for the question. There's a few ways actually to respond, and some of it is financial. Definitely, overtime is actually what's called a penalty to the employer for not staffing properly. It is you're expected to be able to right-size an organization and be able to fill jobs at straight time, and when you can't, right, that's the penalty the employer pays. Sometimes it's limited to time and a half, but most times you're filling on a day of rest, for example, it's double time. It's compounded too, because many times people bank that time and they take it as leave down the road, and then you have to backfill on that occasion, which can produce, again, overtime. So it's a little bit of an art form in the sense that looking at the expenditures or the run rate over the course of a year paints the best picture. But it's not always something that is clearly budgeted for. In some areas they have an overtime budget, but again, it's mainly about the straight time utilization of the staff, along with the utilization of casual employees to backfill when there is leave, if you have casual employees at straight time. So it's a bit of a way to say it's not always easy to measure, but you can track it through the financial expenditures.
So you mentioned some metrics that you can track to find out what your staff utilization is, but we don't actually see that. Is that a metric you could report to the board so that we would know if we were being efficient as an employer?
We can certainly take that away and look at it. It's a tough one, and I'll use human resources as an example. Over this past year, we had 2 vacancies, one due to a promotion, one due to someone leaving and joining another organization. So we had periods of time where there was nobody filling the job at all. So it defaulted to the management, if you will, to have to continue the operations. Part of it's tracked in what the CAO mentioned in terms of the unpaid extra hours, because when you're down, you have to put in the time. Part of it is assessed when you're talking bargaining unit employees through casual utilization. So it wouldn't be easy to paint a picture, but something perhaps more informative could be produced. And it might be something I can take away, and certainly with the CFO, we can have further dialogue about our reporting capabilities through our software program.
CAO McKinley, I see you've got your hand up.
Yes, thank you. Just to add to that, the other place where this sort of shows up and it's not readily recorded on the excluded staff side that don't qualify for overtime is the amount of times and the increase in carryover of vacation requests, and also just vacation that's unable to be used despite carrying some over, still being unable to use that vacation, which has financial implications as well, because that now has to be paid out. It's not planned for at the beginning of the year. We're not making plans for how many employees will unsuccessfully use the leave they're entitled to. But it's another place that has an impact.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm interested in two things, how we can measure those kind of impacts so that we know about them. But the other one is that if we are hiring somebody to solve a problem, then how do we find out whether we solved the problem? Because we don't hear about it later. So it's a little frustrating from our side of the table.
I've added it to the parking lot list because I don't think it's something we're going to be in a position to solve today. So definitely something we'll have a conversation with, and I think staff took that away to consider how they can report that back to us. So first up, we've got, so I see no other hands, so I assume there are no other general questions before we dive into the projects. So looking on page 434, project number 1, Legislative Services Assistant, 0.5 FTE, temporary casual to permanent. Directors, any questions or recommendations to be made? And I will entertain either virtual or physical hands. Director White?
I guess I'll start things off with just the general feeling that I have after seeing presentations yesterday especially, and seeing that we're starting out at 9% average across the board. I'll be really hard pressed to support any discretionary projects this year. I think it's good that the work's been done, that gaps have been identified here, and hopefully we can address those over the term, but we're not, I appreciate that we are pursuing our financial sustainability policy. We're not quite there yet when we're the only way we can meet our financial needs is with a 9% increase. So I feel like, and that's not going to happen overnight either, so I feel like that's a longer term project, and from the town of Gibson's perspective, we're going to have to look at discretionary projects down the road once we find financial sustainability here.
Thank you, Director White. Directors, any recommendations to get us moving? Director Henderson.
I quite accept Mayor White's comments and agree with them. And I'm struggling with how do we deal with this at this early stage. Sorry, I think usually I have a lot more words than hesitation, but in this case, it's really difficult to make a clear recommendation on the individual ones until we see the overall budget. So I don't know if it's appropriate to put this in the parking lot or say let's wait until round 2, but to go through the granular level of do we do this or do we do that, right now I struggle with and if pressed, I would be saying no. I would be fully in agreement with Mayor White.
Thank you. Ultimately, this is our board decision to make. This is where we're at, and this is, whether the process is perfect or not, we do have budget debrief sessions after budget, so we can talk about changes for next year. But in the meantime, we still have to get through this year. So Director Stamford?
Just a process question first is, I'm not quite sure how to start, so I'm waiting for somebody else to start. But secondly, I agree 9% is huge, but I think we also need to have a clear idea of the impact of inflation, and even to bring back a 0 increase or status quo on what we're doing, we're looking at about a 6%, 5% increase just to maintain last year's levels, if I'm correct in understanding how this works. So everyone is working with bigger numbers this year compared to last year because of inflation. and you either start reducing service, let alone increasing service, in order to get those numbers down. It's gonna be a different way of looking at our budget now.
Thank you. Director McMahon.
Yeah, this is really challenging this year, and I'm wondering how to proceed. I almost feel like it would be nice to handle all the staffing things in one go. Right, I mean, we're going by department here, which is logical in some senses, but it's a little difficult. So I would either prefer to move some of the staffing requests to the end of round one, or defer them to round two. But the problem with deferring to round two is that we end up with a big round two. And I'd prefer to put as many of these to bed in round one as we can. So I'm looking to the chair for what the chair thinks about this.
Well, it's interesting because if we get bogged down every time we've got an FTE to look at and talk about, round one's going to be a lot more than 3 days long. And if the directors are uncomfortable with making the human resource or the FTE decisions as we go through, we could just kick them to round two, because then we will be dealing with them as a block. I want to be careful with just moving something to the end of the agenda over and over and over, because eventually we're going to have to start dealing with it. Yeah, it's going to waste. Yeah, it's going to waste our day, our days, if we just push stuff to the end of the day or to the end of the 2 days. So I think I would like to see directors either move something based on the menu. Yeah, well, I mean, at the end of the day, I'd like to see things move based on the menu, whether that's just to refer it to round two. That being said, I have a speakers list. Again, more still. Director Stanford? Oh, no, that's still up. Okay, Director Bax.
I move that we abandon this budget issue, this budget proposal.
Okay, that is one of the menu options, so thank you. Do I have a seconder for that?
Point, for clarification, what does abandon mean? Is it put it, like, it's gone for
yeah,
the
we're not gonna
process
we're not
for
gonna-
2023?
That's correct.
Yeah. In this, yeah, if you want to see something come back in 2024, that's a different option off the menu. That's option 4, which doesn't necessarily even have to be 2024. It can be any other year that directors want to insert. But the idea with option number 6 on our menu is that it just, no. The answer is no.
Dean has something to say.
CAO McKinley?
Yeah, just a point that not all of the FTE requests are standalone positions that could just be considered on their own merits at a later time. Some of them are directly attached to specific projects. So it's as much or more a project discussion than an FTE discussion. Example of a project discussion would be the FireSmart project. Has some positions attached to it. They're not standalone positions. They're completely tied to a specific project. So it's just another complicating factor when we talk about the FTE requests.
Thank you for not simplifying things for us. Director Lee. Oh, I'm sorry. I have a motion that's been moved. Was anybody interested in seconding that motion? And that's option 6, that this particular proposal be abandoned. I don't see a...
Second, yeah.
Okay, seconded by Director White. Thank you. We're looking at project number 1 on the bottom of page 434. It's the Legislative Services Assistant, 0.5 FTE. Director Lee?
Thank you, Chair. I do note that one of our options is to refer it to committee prior to round 2. And if we had done that to ones that we are uncertain about, we would in effect be asserting another meeting, but it would be probably less than a half a day. And it would be, we could ask for some staff reports that talk about effects of not staffing. In other words, best guess on which projects wouldn't happen or what wouldn't happen associated with the staffing, which I'd like to see, but if we started doing that right now, we would be like 3 or 4 days because staff's not ready. So that was my thoughts on the thing. And there is such an option as under number 3, so it's just for something for us to consider here as we talk about a big picture rather than look through a pinhole.
Yes, which is sort of what I alluded to there. You know, if we want to just kick it down, let's kick it down to round 2 rather than trying to just move it further down the agenda. The danger with just asking staff to come back with a report on the implications is that we've got less than a month to the next round. And staff still have their regular workloads to deal with. So for us to generate, or to ask staff to generate a whole bunch of more extra reports, which cost money and time and more money, may be counter to what we're trying to achieve, just as a thought. Director McMahon?
Yeah, I appreciate Director Lee's point of view of this, because it's difficult with the information presented to understand the implications of the decisions we're trying to make. So, yeah, but more committee meetings, I don't know how much that will help. So I'm going to speak against the motion on the floor. I think we should take it to round 2 because we will at least be able to kick some of these things either off the table altogether or put them in the budget, and we'll be in a better position to assess where we're at.
Thank you. Director White?
I look forward to what other projects, other directors suggest kicking off and abandoning so that we can get to that point in round 2. As I stated before, I support this motion because to me, it's straightforward. The staff has already done a lot of work in giving us information, and I think especially by integrating the really essential things into that core budget that's already asking for a 9% increase, that's a lot of work. Then categorizing things as discretionary and non-discretionary has taken a lot of work. And when I see the situation we're in this year with our taxation, and I see discretionary, and also see that this is going to be an ongoing cost as an FTE, that this meets my criteria for something that needs to be abandoned at this point, rather than put staff through even more work leading up to round 2, because this is something that we just can't support considering the taxation situation we're in this year.
Thank you. CAO McKinley?
I think Director White may have gotten most of what I put my hand up for, which was basically to say that one of the things we tried to do, recognizing that this was going to be a particularly challenging year, was to be a lot more purposeful in the way we classified potential projects for your consideration. We tried to really drill into what's mandatory. We tried to really drill into what's non-discretionary. And so we have presented them in a way that if you wanted to, and this is totally your choice, you have the ability to not do discretionary projects this year. So we tried to set it up so you had as many options as possible, and we have taken a hard look at what we considered to be in the mandatory project category.
Thank you. Director McMahon?
Yeah, just in the spirit of making this more complicated, I'm just going to add that when we are making staffing decisions, there are often considerations that cannot be discussed in an open meeting, and which we may be unaware of or whatever, and that's why it makes me really uncomfortable. So, just saying.
Okay. Director Lee?
I'd like a little more information on this specific request prior to voting. I note that the position was casual and we made it permanent, which in fact would increase 18,000, and next year it's a 25,000. So that leads me to believe that we already have money for a casual in the budget, and the casual would be continued. Do I have that correct? Or should that figure be something like 100,000?
Thank you for the question. So that funding it's not in the budget right now. What I do have is what is considered a full-time legislative assistant at 3 days per week. And the request is to lift that to a 5-day per week. So the funding request is reflective of those additional 2 days, but the 3-day position remains.
Thank you. That's what I suspected.
Thank you. Director Henderson.
Thank you. Just, if I might to clarify, so the 3 days are already in last year's budget? So,
Yes.
Correct.
yeah. Okay, thank you. So I want to clarify on the motion in front of us. Is the motion to abandon all of the general government? We're dealing with Annex BB right now?
We're dealing with these one project at a time. We're still on project one.
Oh, dear. Okay.
Are you moving to book another week?
No,
We
no,
still
I
have a
was-
motion
I
on the
was-
floor, so shush.
I was, when I first heard the motion, I thought it was the spirit was to abandon all of these conversations around FTEs.
No, we're dealing with these one
so-
at a time because the FTEs
so,
are scattered
thank
through
you. So that's what
568
that's-
pages.
Well, and that's part of the problem. I think we should be talking about the projects. If we support a project where it's implicit that we need staff, then, to a degree, in that sense, it's backwards. What I heard about projects having a need for extra staff, well, I need to know about the project before I can assess whether I support a FTE. And I do
Corporate
concur with
officer?
Director Ming.
Just to clarify, so this position is not associated with a project per se.
Can I ask a staff question? That's kind of a point of order.
Go for it.
Point of clarification or order. I mean, if something's associated with a project, wouldn't that be in this description that staff has already put a ton of time into? I mean, we keep asking for more information. I feel like it's right here. It would be in the description, correct? Okay.
Yes. Director Bax.
Point of information. I am under the impression that most of the FTEs have been sorted into, the non-discretionary ones are associated with projects that are already happening, and that the discretionary projects are associated with projects that have not yet commenced. Do I have that right?
It's not they're not necessarily project-based.
Not
As
necessarily.
with number one, which we're on currently, it is a lift to the overall service,
Yeah, and
like,
there's a motion on the
of
floor.
legislative services. It's not specific project-based.
Copy that. All right. There's a motion on the floor.
There is a motion on the floor. I didn't see any other hands up. Director Lee, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry to be a little slow. I had to go back and forth between the spreadsheet and the report. Based on my understanding, this position is to help with legislative services, and legislative services do a lot of project-related things that are kind of like an on-demand thing. And so to say it's not related to a project is actually not quite correct. It's not related to a specific project, but it could be new services that they need to write up, things like that.
Could be an
I
increase in
would-
FOIs. It could be,
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind if staff would clarify whether I have that correct or not, if I could have that.
corporate officer?
Yes, thank you for the question. So the majority of the work through legislative services, a lot of it is support services. So we run the meetings, we support the elector approval processes. Depending what gets approved through this budget will determine how many AAPs I might be running in 2023. So for example, I know I probably have 3 right now that we'll be going forward with. So this position would support those electoral processes. It is also very critical in terms of the amount of coverage. So our front reception, we might have between 14 to 16 weeks where we have no backfill coverage. So this position would go in and do backfill coverage at reception. when the deputy is off on leave, again, this position would come in and do coverage for that. So it's really, within Ledge Services, the three main roles are myself, the deputy, and this legislative assistant.
I need to ask the clarification question because I like examples so I understand better. For instance, I have a subdivision due, and we're going to theoretically, depending on how far it goes, we'll have to expand the service area. You would be running those kind of things, and you need this kind of staff to get that done in a timely manner.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director White?
So, I guess this is a bit, I've got a question about semantics when we use the word projects. I feel like when the CAO gave us some information about FTEs associated with projects, my interpretation of that was not operations, projects that might be within the regular core operations, but rather projects that might be also in this list or might be those 230 projects that we saw in the slide, which I differentiate between, that might have previously been approved in SCRD budgets in sheets like this, processes like this. And I'm trying to differentiate that definition of projects and projects that might just fit into the general operations, which is more of what I just heard in the answer. Does that make sense? Or I'm seeing a nod. No, I'm not making sense. I feel like what we just heard about AAPs and dealing with subdivisions, that's operations, whereas a project might be something new that is presented to the board that is either waiting in that list of 230 previously approved projects or is in our upcoming budget.
I probably won't do a great job of answering. In general, I would say that some of the FTE requests would be specifically project related, but when we talk about the support services side, so when we're talking about legislative services and even to a degree finance, in the past, and we tried to change this a bit this year, in the past as we would put projects forward in infrastructure services or planning or recreation or solid waste, there wasn't a tremendous amount of a rigor put to the impacts it would have downstream in finance or the impacts it might have in HR or particularly in legislative services if some of those projects required AAP processes or if they required a whole bunch of financial management to manage the grant that you received or these different things. So while there's not sometimes a directly tied correlation between a specific project and an uplift request for a part of an FTE in ledge services or finance, there's a cumulative impact that we've learned that since we did a bit of a restructuring in 2020, added a new GM, onboarded a whole bunch of extra projects, we now have more people doing more hours of work, completing more work. It has a downstream impact in HR, in ledge services, and in finance. And what we're noticing is it's getting hard to keep up, and we're unable to get to really important work that's not project related, like policy reviews, like all of these different things because of the accumulation of pressure. So it's really hard, I guess, this is a long way of saying it's really hard to make the direct ties between specific projects and support services increases because it's a little more, it's more art than science in some ways. But we are noticing that I can look at the finance department and the ledge services department, and it's really easy to tell because we actually track the extra hours that they're spending a whole bunch more time and they're falling further behind.
Director Bax?
Yeah, I understand that all these positions are interrelated and but the idea is right now that everybody has to get by with less. We've got inflationary pressures on our populace, And if we need to cut back on some of the projects that we're doing, then I think that that's the right thing to do. I think if we approach the public and let them know that we're going to be doing less for them and charging them less, then it might be easier than at this point in history saying, well, we could do more for you, but it's going to cost you more, if you get my meaning.
I get your meaning. I just don't think that is a correct perception. But I don't see any other hands up. Before anybody sticks their hand up, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of the motion on the floor? All those opposed? That's defeated. Thank you. Would anybody like to take a stab at another motion? Director McMahon.
Yes, I would like to move that this be referred to 2023 Round 2 budget.
Thank you. And I have a seconder for that. I don't see any other hands up, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? That's opposed? Do you want those no votes recorded? Yes, please. Thank you. That does pass. Okay, one down. Something like 150 more to go. Director McMahon?
Yeah, just a process question. I'm wondering if we can make a decision on the vote recording for the whole meeting so we don't have to ask every single time?
Okay.
Just
Director White?
I move that the vote recording to the negative always be recorded for this budget.
And I've got a seconder for that. I don't see other hands up, so I'll just call the question on that. All those in favor? Any opposed? Nope, that's carried. Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 2. Corporate review, organizational. Directors, any recommendations? This is something being funded out of operating reserves. So Director White.
Again, this is discretionary, categorized discretionary. I feel like, especially in light of the comments that we're still settling down here after a period where staffing everywhere has been unstable, it makes sense to put this off for a year because it would be more sensible to have this when we have more of our full complement of staff at full cylinders for a while. So I move that we abandon this.
Are you
proposal.
abandoning it, or do
Yeah.
you want to refer it to 2024, or defer it to 2024? So we can have this conversation again in 2024.
Yeah, defer it to 2024.
And I've got a seconder for that. Director McMahon. Director Lee.
I believe a lot of this is going to be driven by what we do with our votes later on here. It's kind of like it's unfortunate it's in the order it's in. Once you cut staff back or you put more workload on that the existing staff can do by department, you sometimes have to look at the organization as a whole and reassign staff to higher priority functions and quit doing others. And to me, this is the project that would say that happens. I believe that's the intent of it, but open to hear more about it.
Okay. Director Lee, you want to hear a little bit more from staff about the intent behind this?
Yes, that would be good if it would
CAO
help clarify.
McKinley?
Yeah, I can speak in general terms, recognizing that the RFP isn't out, the responses aren't back, and I don't know exactly how it's going to go, but I'll talk about what's intended. The primary purpose of a review like this is to undertake a comprehensive review of our organizational structure in order to identify any gaps or opportunities to create better alignment with services and expectations. In addition, these types of reviews assess staff resourcing levels and whether or not current staffing is sufficient in consideration of such things as the growing nature of our work plans, the changes to how we work, the size of the organization, the growth in both the operational and capital budgets, the services that the SCRD is currently providing, and the strategic plan of the board. The types of questions that they would ask during these reviews are staffing levels appropriate for the service levels provided in our current and upcoming work plans? Is there a need for or opportunities for restructuring or realignment to improve efficiencies or effectiveness? And what options are available to enhance capacity in terms of funding new positions? So that's the intention. It is a completely discretionary project. So it is at the pleasure of the board as to whether or not it occurs this year or gets reconsidered in 2024.
Director McMahon.
This is a project that needs to be done. It can be funded from reserves, and as we well know, even if we approve it for 2023, it may be carried forward. So I'm just as happy to get this over with rather than have to go back to it again in 2024.
Director Bax.
I'm just curious, the description that you gave us, is that not something that we're doing now? This is a new idea?
Thank you for the question. Internally, we look at things like this often, all the time. And in fact, every time there's a vacancy, we analyze it to some degree. Throughout, certainly in the corporate world and across local governments, it's actually pretty standard practice to bring in outside consultants to conduct organizational reviews every 5 to 7 years. And when you get in the thick of things, being inside the organization, it's always good at times to bring in external resources to help you take a look at the inner workings of your organization and provide some recommendations to make it better. Also, this is probably something that requires for the consulting team, it's a tremendous amount of work, and we're already at 125% on average. So the people that would do this work, if we were to try to take it on internally, are currently working at 125% capacity. So we simply don't have the capacity to do these important projects the justice they deserve if we just try to continue to do it as a project that I like to call code corner of the desk enterprises. Corner of the desk enterprises is pretty full up right now.
Yeah, so this is an outside consultant and not a hire? Okay.
Thank you. There is another item in here which is similarly titled, which is FTE related. So I suspect you're looking at the wrong spreadsheet. Page 435, or work off of the colored spreadsheet, not the one that we received this morning. Director White.
It's confusing. I was actually working off both. So, but most of my comments earlier were relevant to the one we're talking about. So, but I did. So I think my question was related to that too, to just inquire about that. So I think you've answered it. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. This, I actually do support this. I don't follow why it's in an FTE summary, because I think it must be done by outside people. You know, there's, as our CAO has said.
Wrong chart. The FTE summary one is not the project we're discussing.
I'm looking at page 435.
Yes.
So, okay, so, all right, well, so if it's, I thought we were only talking about FTEs right now, but my
No.
point remains that the, and I'd be curious to know, who are the people that do this kind of work? What sort of firms would we be reaching out to?
I would imagine there's a number of firms that are capable of doing the work. What's quite typical, and what seems to be the case in and around the environment in British Columbia at least, is there's several consulting firms that are actually made up of former CAOs, CFOs that do this type of work. Plus there'd be all your usual suspects, probably the KPMGs and others that do this type of organizational review as well. We would hope that the RFP, if the project were approved, would generate a fair bit of interest, I hope. That said, it's been challenging to get people to respond to RFPs over the last couple of years.
Follow up?
Yeah, thank you. Because I would encourage that we do go out and get the consultant that has the widest perspective. Candidly, I wouldn't be in support of a former CAO group, for example. I'd like to see us top to bottom of what's going on and how things are being handled here in the SCRD. I think the Director Bax mentioned maybe we have to reduce the levels of service. Well, I fully support the assessment of that. And I think before we make big decisions, we actually need that study. And it's easy to say it now, but I wish it had been done 2 or 3 years ago.
Thank you. Director Gabias.
Thank you, Chair. I think just given the discussions that we're having this morning about staffing, I think that this would be very valuable. I'm assuming board would have access to this report once it is completed? Yeah.
100%.
So that would definitely help me, anyway, speaking for myself, make decisions when it comes to staffing. And given that it's coming out of reserves, I'm more amenable to that.
Okay, thank you. I do have a long speakers list. I want to make sure that everybody is speaking to the motion to defer this to 2024 or not. Just try and keep the questions in scope so we can vote and we can move on with our day. Director McMahon,
I have a process question.
go for it. Go
Well,
for it.
I'm confused. Why do I have 2 of these? What's the difference?
Okay, we're working off of the actual agenda document, page 435.
Right, I am working off of that, but
Okay.
which one do I refer back and forth to when I'm looking on spreadsheets?
The one that's on the bottom of your particular pile. That one that's all pink on the first page, throw it away.
Oh, thank you.
Right now, just toss it aside.
Thank you. Okay, good. Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Director White.
Yeah, I'm still speaking in favor of abandoning this particular project. An additional concern I have, especially after some of the comments in this discussion, is that this could cost a lot more than $30,000. I dabbled in consulting last year and looking at some of the, the last 4 years. I am concerned this could be a lot more than 30,000, and what happens in that case? I mean, I just heard the CAO say sometimes RFPs go out, we get no responses. If the responses say, well, actually, this is going to cost $130,000, I presume that comes back to the board.
Yes, it would have to, first of all, because it's over the procurement amount. But I don't know if, yeah. Thank you. I think that's good. I don't see any other hands up, so I'm going to call the question on deferring this to 2024. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's defeated. Thank you. I'm going to move option 1, that this be approved and incorporated into the 2023 round 2 budget. And I've got a seconder for that. I don't see a speakers list, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Director Henderson and Director White opposed. That's carried. Thank you very much. Moving on to item number 3, at the bottom of page 435, which is the electronic document records management system conversion, which is a 0.6 FTE. Director McMahon.
As one of the people who has complained a lot about our document retrieval system, I would like to move that this be approved and incorporated into round 2.
Thank you. And I've got a seconder for that. Directors, any discussion on the motion? I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? 3 opposed. That's carried. Moving on to item number 4, and this is on page 437, consulting services 2023 to 2026 strategic planning. This is being proposed to be funded from operating reserves. Director McMahon.
Obviously, we need to do strategic planning. It seems like a lot, and I was just wondering, what does that $30,000 cover?
CAO McKinley.
The idea would be similar to the strat planning project that was done in 2018. It would just cover all of the consulting costs and associated costs with doing the workshops and the planning itself. I think we based the budget on, yeah, graphic design is included in that as well.
And being that this is funded from reserves, they're only gonna use what it actually takes to do it. Any funds remaining would stay within the reserves. Director Lee,
Would that also include updating the document?
well, we're looking at a new strategic plan.
It would include providing the new strategic plan. Annual updates would not be included.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director Bax.
So to clarify, this is, this money represents staff time?
No,
No?
this money is a consultant to do this work with us.
Oh, outside consultant. Okay.
Director McMahon?
I'd like to move that this be approved and incorporated into round 2.
Thank you, and I have a seconder for that. Nope, all my hands are gone. Director White?
I think the first question was related to the cost. I'm concerned with the cost too. This is actually in contrast to the last statement I made about consultants. I feel like this is one that we could possibly go less on, particularly since there is a strategic plan that that could form the basis of this to review that and update it. Yeah, I'm encouraged that maybe we could spend less than the 30, but I don't know if that happened last year. I don't know if we have that info on our fingertips.
For 2018, you mean? Last term?
Oh yeah, sorry, last term. Yeah, and in the I know in the town's experience, we reviewed this, ended up realizing we spent a lot more than we actually got for it. It ended up being a lot of staff time. Well, it was staff time, unexpected staff time, I guess, but it was important that the staff put time into it. And a lot of the money that we spent on the 2018 strategic plan, we didn't get much for it. So I'm somewhat jaded by that experience in what I've heard from our staff, which is why we're doing it in-house this year. Yeah, I'm concerned about the number.
Thank you. I don't know if staff have an idea on what it cost us in 2018. CEO McKinley?
I do not know what the cost was in 2018. It actually predates my arrival. I don't know if the chief financial officer can remember how much it cost in 2018 either.
No, okay, that's fine. It's ultimately, at the end of the day, it's not particularly germane because 4 years ago was 4 years ago and things change. And we haven't, to my recollection, even passed a motion as to whether we want to do a new strategic plan. We approve this so that if we decide we want to do a new strategic plan, we have resources set aside to do it. If we decide, you know what, the last one's good enough, we don't need to update it, we don't spend that money and it continues to sit in reserves. Director Henderson?
Thank you, Chair. I think this is an example or a situation where we can show that we are restraining ourselves. And I heard the CAO's comments about this includes money for graphic design. It's just symbolic, but it's one thing where maybe we could just do a strategic plan that is typed and not laid out with fancy charts and stuff. Let's just cut back. Thanks.
Speaking of restraint, I'd love to hear short comments from directors because we still have a lot of items ahead of us. So Director McMahon.
We can always approve this item and then give direction to our board chair to work with staff to come up with a strategic plan budget that will make everybody happy. But at least then we've got it on the books to go so that the money is there if we need it.
Yep. As a board, we may decide we want to do video strategic plans. I don't know, just throwing it out there. But Director Gabias?
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question. If this was to be done in-house, like who would do it and how, like, is there an idea of how many hours this would require from staff?
CEO McKinley?
Yeah, it's to do a full-on strategic plan from the start. Each year after the strategic plan in 2018, we did in-house strategic plan reviews, and that's pretty typical. The actual strategic plan from scratch was never envisioned to be an in-house project. It would be a substantial undertaking for existing staff that we hadn't contemplated.
Thank you. Director Henderson, I see your hand up, or is that, okay, that's still. Director Bax.
Now, I'm being new here. I don't quite understand the concept. Now, the strategic plan is this the board's vision of how we see ourselves going forward and governing?
In a word, yes.
Well, isn't it up to the board to do this work?
Yes, but you still need a facilitator and, yes.
We could all get together and work on this plan. You don't like that idea?
I promise you it's not as simple as you think.
Well, I've read through the
And I'm
strategic
happy to follow up
plan,
on
and,
offline.
and I'm pretty good with some graphic arts, so.
Perfect.
You know.
Only the best Microsoft clip art will be used.
Exactly.
Director Lee?
He cut me off.
Director Bax sounds like he's volunteering to be a consultant. Not allowed. I think that if we put the money aside and then we can get together and decide whether we're happy with an update to the existing to carry us forward, I think it becomes very affordable at that point. And unfortunately, I haven't seen a lot change in our priorities. We haven't got them done yet. So it's probably an update with staff, and we'll just change some dates as a no. Okay.
Anyways,
I'll
okay.
defer to the wisdom of the board. Done.
Thank you. I do have a motion on the floor to approve and incorporate. Thank you, Tara, for straightening me out. I don't see any other speakers. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Director Bax and Director White opposed. Next up, we have item number 5, organizational policy and bylaw review. Director White.
Yeah, so I've got a question about this one. Flipping to the right chart here. So this is taxation. It's discretionary. We've approved everything so far. Yes, it might be inconsequential. Okay. My question though is, when it's 79,000 this year, it's a 99,000 annual cost, I take it? Are we binding the board to a $120,000 cost next year going forward?
Thank you for the question. So the funding for year 1 is based on a Q2 start date, and the second figure you refer to is for year 2. So this is envisioned to be a 2-year temporary project, and it does build in staffing costs as well for benefits. So the amount you see for year 2 would be the total cost for year 2.
So 99,000 is the total cost. There's not a, it's not a
year
$200,000 project. That's
99,000 would be for year 2. 79,000 would be year 1.
so it's $200,000 overall.
178,000.
Correct.
So we're binding the board to 80,000 this year and then another 120 going forward. I just wanted to clarify that.
99,000 next year. In 2024.
Oh.
I'm not sure where the 120 is coming from. That
Well, isn't it 99,000 a year?
no.
Okay,
79 this year, 99 next year.
okay.
180 total. My Zoom has dropped off. I think I had some speakers. Director Henderson?
Yeah.
Oh.
Everybody's still on my computer.
I think
Nope.
we're going to take a 5-minute recess to sort
Yep.
out our technology
Interesting.
because
Yeah,
the room seems to have
my hands are
dropped
both up.
connections.
Am I allowed to move?
Welcome back to the Finance Committee Round 1 budget of January 24th. We seem to have sorted out our internet glitch for the moment. We'll see if it holds out. We are on page 437 of the agenda, looking at item number 5, the Organizational Policy and Bylaw Review. Director Lee.
I'm quite content to wait till 2024 to do this work. We've been getting by. So I would propose budget proposal number 4, which is that it be deferred to 2024.
Thank you, and I've got seconders for that. I don't see any other hands up, so I will call the question on that. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. That concludes BB. That is the end of item number 30, General Government. So next up, we're moving into Annex CC, and this is Corporate Finance. And turn this over to our CFO if they want to say a few words.
Thank you, Chair. So these are 2 new budget proposals from our pre-budget. They were not presented as part of that. As the CAO has articulated, this is in contemplation to some of the current projects, doing an assessment, having our new manager of financial planning on board, and really just matching what the requests are that are included in our service plan, and just doing a measurement of amount of hours, resources required to do those projects in the times desired. We are also including a large amount of requests and need that have not previously been contemplated. So when previous resource staff would do financial things, those are now being requested through the finance division. So it does add certain pressure. So it really is just matching the financial needs of the organization, and also including that our organizational budget for the SCRD has almost doubled in less than 5 years. So cumulatively, that's just putting some pressures on this side of the operation, on the financial planning and the higher level resourcing needs of the organization.
Thank you. Director McMahon.
Yeah, one of the things noted in here is the water meter billing, which we are looking forward to eagerly. Is it possible to build some fee structure in here that partly pays for the position through water meter billing?
Go ahead.
So this particular addition, or these particular resources is contemplating us moving towards that. It's not for the actual, say, billing clerk or the support staff required. That's been done incrementally. So some of the staff is in infrastructure, so we haven't really designed. So it's really supporting them to try to get to that. So right now, one of the carry forward projects is the water rate structural review. So again, that's a project that, again, was not well understood what the financial resources were going to be. For instance, last week, we probably spent a good 3 full days of time on that particular project that wasn't really considered. So it's trying to move those projects as we know more about the details of what the financial needs are going to be. So to answer the question of can we contemplate, that would be more from the billing clerk when we actually decide what the rate structure and actually start to launch it. So those would be future resources that are likely to come based on changes with how we are moving towards different types of things like rate structures and billing structures.
Follow-up, Director McMahon, or is that a new question? Okay, Director Bax?
Just a question on where the funding source is. When it says support services, where does that money come from rather than taxation? How does that work?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So that particular item was discussed yesterday at the end of the day, where we presented the policies, and one of the associated attachments was a summary of the support service allocation. So it's a 2-page spreadsheet. I'll have to locate what page on the agenda it is, and happy to go through that with any directors who want. Essentially, it's a recovery back based on the policy model. So for instance, finance is based on a services operating budget. IT is presented based on number of users, HR is allocated based on number of positions, and so on and so forth. So that particular item gets recovered back to each service to match the regional district funding model, so ensuring that the costs associated with service are within that service. So it's about a 70-30 split, where 70 is taxation impacted and 30% is about user-based impacted.
Good, thank you. Director Henderson, since you
Thank
haven't had a chance to speak.
Chair. And with, in both cases, those, of course, come from the taxpayers. So I take no pleasure in these things. These are awkward discussions, but we can't afford another 100,000. We can't afford another 50,000. I just, as I say, I take no pleasure because I respect that there may be a need, but we can't afford it. Thanks.
Thank you. Director McMahon?
Yes, I'd like to move that this budget proposal be referred to round 2.
Thank you. And I've got a seconder for that. Speaking to the motion on the floor, I have Director Stamford. Okay. And Director Henderson, I see your hand up still? Or again? Okay. I don't see any other hands up, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Director Henderson, Bax, and White opposed. All right, moving on to item number 2 on page 442. We're looking at a reduction in the rate stabilization. So this is actually a $50,000 refund, which is discretionary. We don't have to refund it. Let's go ahead, CFO Perot.
Yeah, so this is probably quite an unusual thing. The last time we did this type of proposal to the board was through COVID, when we had to redo our whole entire budget after it had been already adopted. And what this is really a review, and this is where part of our financial sustainability policy is to look to services that may have accumulated operational reserves and don't have a direct need. So there are 2 new proposals in front of you, one for here, and later you'll see one for the HR services. And so what this is matching an accumulation of the operating reserve and projecting what our needs are, and really just returning this. So it would be a reduction to the support service cost for multiple years. So if you see in the future financial implications, we're saying that for 2024, it'd be a $50,000 rate reduction. So that would be spread amongst the organization. And for 2025 through to 2027, it'd be an additional $40,000, which we'd review on an annual basis to see if that's still sustainable. So on page 2 or 443 of the agenda is just a summary of where the reserves are right now. And we do anticipate there will be some needs projected for 2024 as we contemplate new financial planning and budgeting software. Also, where these accumulations have happened are generally through staff vacancies. So we've had multiple staff vacancies for a cumulative amount of time. So we have raised support services for that. Last year, again, we deferred $70,000 because we had not filled a couple of positions. So we did return that back. So that's a continuation of this.
Thank you for that great introduction. Director McMahon.
Yes, thank you. Excellent. I would like to move that this budget proposal be approved and incorporated into the 2023 Round 2 budget.
And I have a seconder for that, a couple of seconders. Director White, I see your hand up. Did you want to speak to this, or are you good now that it's on the floor?
That was all I was.
Thank you. Director Henderson.
I'm wondering, I see, if we're talking about reducing the reserves over the next several years, could we not do it all this year and reduce the taxation burden on our taxpayers? Thanks.
I suppose we could, but I would think that could have sort of a bit of a whipsaw effect on next year. But I'll look to CFO Perot for consideration of whether we did all this reduction in 1 year versus spread out.
what would happen with that is you'd see a significant dive bomb and you'd see a significant spike for next year. That's actually contrary to what your financial sustainability policy, and that's actually what happened in 2021, where we had taken all of these reserves and we had to repatriate, we had to recoup those, and so we had to raise the funding, and so the taxation increased quite significantly. And so what the rate stabilization method in your financial sustainability is, the purpose is to do things incrementally so you don't have those peaks and valleys.
Thank you. Follow-up?
Yes, I fully understand that. However, your chart on page 443, the top 443, reflects that an anticipated surplus in 2027, even after a big funding in 2024, is $260,000. So I understand having reserves, so perhaps I should have said not taking it all, but taking a substantial amount this year. There will, based on these numbers, there'll be no whipsaw if we leave 150 or 200,000 in.
Thank you. Director McMahon.
Yes, while I understand the logic, I'm going to disagree with this on the basis that we have the collective agreement coming up next year. So I would like to keep some flexibility in our budget. Thank you.
CFO Pro.
So through the chair, I think I'd like to understand what the thought is associated to that. In the sense, is it to mitigate implications of the potential collective agreement?
Director McMahon.
Yeah, I was assuming the logic was that we're facing large tax increases this year, but it might not be as big next year. But I don't think we can assume that, particularly given the collective agreement could significantly raise our budget when we renegotiate. So I don't think we can think that this is just a one-off year where things are particularly bad. I don't see inflation going down. I don't see difficulties with supply chains going down. So I support staff's recommendation.
Thank you. Director Henderson.
Okay, yeah, I mean, if to mitigate a lump or a big increase in the collective bargaining, if in fact that occurs, if that's coming out of here, I can agree with the logic. And I guess that's the question. Would it come out of this account?
Yeah, we
Yep. I'm
not really.
Well aware.
Yeah, we
Well-
got to be careful. CAO McKinley, I do see your mic on though. Did you want to chime? No, just wave us off. Got it. Okay.
Well, that's why I said if, so is perhaps another way to ask is, would this fund be used to mitigate any number of potential increases in future years? Is this our pot of discretionary funding?
It's a stabilization reserve to sort of intended to take the peaks off of.
Hang on.
CFO Pro?
So this particular reserve sits within finance. So it is not
right.
a general
That's-
contingency fund.
I agree. So it
In
would-
essence.
Let her speak, please.
So in essence, what it would do is, yes, it would decrease a line item within the various services of the regional district, marginally, but not directly
Right.
correlated. So it's not a one-to-one based on some of the drivers that any other increases in those budgets would have. So no, it's not an unrestricted fund. The rate stabilization term is right out of the policy, where it's the concept to create some rate stabilization. In essence, it's sort of, it was designed to say, look, like there's a budget proposal there that has an increase, but let's offset it by potentially decreasing it. Now, if you don't approve the first one, then you're going to further decrease the support services, which you'll eventually need to make up. But yes, there is a healthy reserve, but I think There's also an understanding that we don't have an operating reserve policy yet, so we don't understand what is the appropriate level that that particular, or this particular, as well as all operational reserves should be set at based from an organizational standpoint. So, no, it's not an unrestricted, and they're not directly correlated.
Thank you. Director McMahon?
I'll just say that everything contributes to the bottom line at the end of the day, and I know that everybody today is looking at the bottom line pretty attentively. Thank you.
For sure, thank you. I suppose an alternative would be that if directors were uncomfortable with, or were interested in having a further conversation about changing that number or what have you, a good opportunity to have that conversation might be at round 2 once we knew what our implications of the decisions we make today and tomorrow are going to be. That being said, you know, staff made this particular recommendations based on the policies that we have in place, and sort of best practices. So I think I'll leave it there. I don't see other hands up, so I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, that's carried. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to Annex DD, which is Human Resources, and Senior Manager Parker. Welcome back after your long absence.
Thank you, Chair. I actually had some different comments I was going to start off with, but I thought it might be helpful to talk a little bit about human resources and what's mandatory, what's discretionary, what's non-discretionary. It's interesting in the sense that the mandatory, non-discretionary things that we help to support and address would include things that fall under the Workers' Compensation Act, the requirement for ensuring there's training provided, joint health and safety committees, the Employment Standards Act, the administration of leave, the ever-changing leave entitlements and benefits, BC Human Rights Code complaints, BC Labor Code, which compels things such as collective agreements, which we've had a little bit of peripheral discussion on today, and then other legislation that comes along, things like National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, once in a blue moon Queen's funeral, changes to the accessibility requirements that will have a human resources component, changes at the provincial level such as Fire Smart, which is becoming mandatory. All of these things have a discretionary requirement, and yet in front of you today, surprisingly enough, when I really think about it, you've got some proposals here that speak to things like recruitment. If we're going to follow, you know, some of the definitions, recruitment might be something that's completely discretionary. At the same time, if we don't do it, all the work that is non-discretionary becomes a little bit risky. So, what you will see in front of you today is really there's a few different proposals. They're intended to recognize that we have ongoing recruitment needs. They're there because recruitment's becoming a specialty. Talent acquisition, the competition for services, whether it's here on the coast or throughout the province or even, quite frankly, the world. It's becoming tougher and tougher, and you'll see all the reports that reflect that. Certainly, we've had our challenges at the SCRD, and the number seems to be up substantially over the past few years. It has every indication of continuing at a fairly high level. What we call the gray tsunami, or the ongoing retirement considerations. I myself am turning 60 this year, and we start looking at things like succession planning as being very real, especially when we talk about the next 4 years. So in front of you, you'll see a few proposals related to recruitment, so that all the other work that I've talked about can continue to be done. You'll also see support for some software that would support that. And then finally, as our CFO talked about as well, there's a budget proposal to actually provide some funding back from our fairly decent reserves. Reserves brought about because we've had vacancies, and I mentioned this earlier. Reserves brought about because I and my staff have worked extra unpaid hours to make sure the work gets done. So happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So first up on page 444, we have item number 1. I guess just before my speakers list populates here, I've got one question, which is there's 2 separate positions that are being asked for within this item. Are they required, like you approve one, you approve the other? Like, is that why they're lumped together as one summary, or could one or the other be approved separately?
Thank you for the question. They are viewed as a package, but they can be independent. The work that's done is at a fairly high specialized level, as well as a very, what I'll call transactional level. So
Right.
some of the routine tasks, things like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, directors. Director Henderson.
Through you to the Director of Human Resources, Senior Manager, Human Resources, thank you. If there's no increase, how do all these mandatory things get done?
Thank you for the question. Some might not get done, and it's challenging. Our CAO mentioned, for example, last year, the WorkSafe BC requirement to adhere to all of the provisions of the Act and regulations. An inspection was conducted, and we were found to be non-compliant. It required a dedicated effort over and above anything that had been anticipated, months and months of work. And in amongst that, one of the staff members departed for another opportunity. So it got done. Got done through a lot of effort, a lot of extra time. Other things didn't get done. We've been written up for the past 4 or 5 years about not getting our benefit policy updated by our auditors or internal auditors. We got as far as a draft. So it's a balancing act. And I guess that's the thing, is what you can get done and what you can't get done is a constant pressure of decision making. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Stanford.
I would like to move that the 2023 budget submission for Human Resources Advisor and Human Resources Assistant be approved, incorporated into the 2023 Round 2 budget.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? I don't see a seconder for that. Sorry, Director Stanford. Director McMahon.
Well, let's try a number 3, that the budget proposal be referred to round 2.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? I do have a seconder for that. Thank you. I don't see any hands up. Anybody? Oh, Director Stanford.
I'm interested in how this moves, if it moves forward, and how it relates to the decision about how the surplus is looked at. They're kind of combined, so we'll see how the next one goes.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other hands up, so I will call the question on referring this to round 2. All those in favor? Opposed? Director Henderson, Bax, and White opposed. That's carried. Thank you very much. Moving on to item number 2, LinkedIn Annual Recruiter Package Online Tool License Purchase. Director McMahon.
Why not? It's worth a try. Let's approve and incorporate in round 2.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? I don't have a seconder. Oh, Director Lee all right, Director Lee seconded that to put it on the floor. Directors, any discussion on that? Director Lee.
I actually moved away from the darn thing, so I'm trying to get back to it. But I had a question about, we can use it without the additional staff person. It's a tool that would be used by all of your staff, existing staff, as well as any additions we happen to make. Is that correct?
Thank you for the question. I did a pilot project using the software where I had to learn the skills myself to actually navigate. It's complex. It's very time consuming, and it's something where to do it, and I only used it for 3 postings. 3 postings. We had 128 last year. So the answer is yes, you can do it. The answer is, do you want me doing it? I might not be the best person, but I can do it. However, I'll stop there.
Thank you. Director Bax.
So this is a $1,000 a month subscription fee, is it not? Or is it a one-time tool package? How does how does the $12,000 to LinkedIn, what does it get you?
It says at the bottom of that particular item that
It's
it's
a
a
tool.
one-time cost
Tool package.
to be reviewed in 2024 for program effectiveness. So I think at this time, the intention would be to try it for 2023 and then go forward.
Sorry, is it a one-time cost forever, or is it a renewable thing? I just want to know whether it's a subscription or not.
Thank you for the question. It is a one-time cost for a 1-year subscription for 1 license. Thank you.
So if we-
That can be assigned and changed in terms of who has access through that license. So,
But
so when I piloted it, it was me using the 1 license. It can be deferred to another individual as many times as you might like, but 1 license to use it for a 1-year period. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I don't see any other hands up. I will call the question, and this is to approve and incorporate into the budget. All those in favor? Opposed? That's defeated. 5. I voted opposed as well. So that's defeated. Directors, do you have any other alternative motions? Director White.
I'll move that we abandon this project.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? Seconded. Okay. Do I have any other discussion on the motion? I will take real or virtual hands. Director Gabias.
Thank you, Chair. Just trying to get an understanding of how much of a time saver this is going to be or would be for HR.
Or could be.
Thank you for the question. The past few years, when I look at the number of jobs we've reposted because we've had no applicants, or in some cases 1 applicant, or applicants that are not qualified, what the tool does is enables you to reach out to all the subscribers who have the qualifications already, to target them, to actually send them an invite to put in their application. And it's, so is it a time saver? In the long run, I view it as that, right? Is it a cost saver? Only if we otherwise were to go to what I would call an external recruitment firm, which has been contemplated and actually explored. They are north of $30,000 for a one-time hit. Thank you.
Thank you. Director McMahon.
Yeah, I just feel like we're a little in the weeds here because we don't usually, like, we don't approve whether you advertise in the newspaper. Like, this is a tool that HR uses, and not completely sure why it's a budget request, but that's okay, I'll just stop there.
Thank you. Director Stanford.
I think it makes pirating other personnel from other areas a lot more efficient.
Thank you. CFO Perot, sorry, I did not see your hand go up.
Thank you, Chair. If it would be helpful, this is a one-time pilot, and so it could potentially be funded from the operating reserve over and above what is even contemplated in number 3. I think if it becomes ongoing, then that would not be appropriate, but if we're going to reassess, then perhaps that would make sense. So I don't know if that makes this more palatable.
Thank you. Thank you for highlighting that option. We do have the motion on the floor to not abandon it. So I'm going to call the question on that particular motion, and then we'll go from there. So all those in favor of abandonment? And opposed? That's defeated. So I'm going to move that the, sorry, I don't see the alternate approval of funding in here. But that the budget proposal be approved and incorporated into the 2023 round 2 budget to be funded from operating reserves. And I've got seconders for that. So I don't see hands up. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's Director Henderson, Paxton, White. That is carried. Thank you. All right, moving on. We have number 3, which is discontinue ongoing contribution to reserve and rate stabilization, which again is a reduction. So I'm hoping that we can move through this one quickly. Director White?
I'll move that we approve and incorporate this one into the budget.
Thank you, and I've got seconders for that. I don't see a speakers list, so I will call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. And I think that's Human Resources. Thank you very much, Senior Manager Parker. Moving on to Annex EE, we have Purchasing and Risk Management, and so that'll be our Manager of Purchasing and Risk Management, Valerie Kropp.
So I have 2 budget proposals in front of you. One is for business continuity. Sorry, you guys can hear me okay? Okay. And the other one is for a staff increase of a 0.3 casual employee. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Perfect. Nice short introduction. Thank you very much. Director McMahon, we're looking at project number 1 on page 448.
So my recollection of business continuity from when I worked at the Chamber of Commerce was that there were a bunch of towns in BC that got flooded out, and people who had small businesses had everything in their business, and so all of their records were destroyed, their computers were destroyed, and they didn't have backups. Is this the sort of thing that we're looking at? Like, what is business continuity exactly?
Thank you for the question. So business continuity management program is a way that we recover after an incident has happened. So it is exactly what you said. So we will have backups for our IT system. We'll have backup plans to how we'll respond. We'll have what's called recovery time objectives based on our priorities of what we actually have to have. So life, safety, things that are by law, those type of things will come first, and then it will be like getting our software up and all those type of things. So it just marks out the plans on how we will respond once an incident has happened. And an incident could be something that is specific to one division. It could be specific to the whole entire corporation, or it could be specific to the coast or all of BC.
Thank you. Just before I go to Director Bax, I noticed that there is the possibility of a grant, and I read here through MIA. Is this a granting stream that MIA offers up for this sort of work, or is this something that just aligns with MIA and they may fund it, but we don't know?
Thank you. MIA does have granting options that we're able to pull for certain things that reduce our risk exposures. And a business continuity plan will reduce our risk exposures. So there is a chance that we could have, and MIA would either come and help us, or we would use the funding for contractors to come in as needed for help.
Great, thank you. Director Bax.
From what I understand, this is something that will be legislated by the provincial government for us and be mandatory in the future. Is that so?
Yes, the province and the new Emergency Act is expected to go live in March of 2023, and it will be a priority that municipalities will have business continuity plan. It is a standard practice that a lot of organizations do have, and it's a good practice to have, but it will be mandated.
And at which point will be given time to comply? What I'm getting at is that I want to defer this to next year.
Okay, thank you for the comment. Typically, you would get some time to comply, but it may be a requirement within 2023. Do we know when it comes in, what sort of compliance timeline might be enforced?
Thank you. They haven't announced a timeline, but there's always a transition period. Whether that transition period will be 3 months, 6 months, we do not know.
Okay, thank you. Director Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. What is the money for, this $18,000?
Thank you. It's to augment staffing to help support it, as well as bring in contracts to help educate, to provide support around that, so that staff, because it is a big project to undertake with staff to understand, with understanding whether they're going to, the roles that they're going to have, the committee that they're going to have, those type of avenues. So it's just to augment internal staff. So we do have staff that are trained within business continuity and hold designations, as well as external support.
So if I may, is it training of, because this is not a request for FTEs, it's not, I don't believe it's a request for a license for software, or, so it's, I'm just not sure what we're being asked for.
So be contracted services would be, I guess, the bottom line to put it at.
One-time contracted services.
One-time contracted services,
Thank you.
yes.
Thank you. Director McMahon.
And if we have an approved project on the books, does this better position us to apply for grants?
Always. Yeah, always, right? So, Director McMahon.
Yeah, perhaps I should make a motion.
That sounds great.
All right, to approve and incorporate into the 2023 Round 2 budget.
Thank you very much. Do I have a seconder for that? I've got a seconder. Thank you. I don't see any other hands on my speakers list. Oh, Director Henderson.
I'm going to surprise some of my fellow directors by being in support of this, but I want to, as a preamble, say I won't be in support of the next request. Thanks.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands up, so I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Director Bax and White. That motion's carried. Thank you very much. Moving on to number 2 on the bottom of page 449, which is procurement buyer support, 0.3 FTE casual. Directors, Director McMahon.
I'm going to move that we refer this to Round 2.
Thank you. And I will second that, just to get it on the floor. Any other discussion? Director Lee.
Thank you. I'm curious how you would hire 0.33 of a person.
So it'd be a casual position, we would advertise for it, and it would just be sort of as and when needed to augment staffing shortages with purchasing and risk perspectives.
Follow-up?
Go ahead.
Are you doing that kind of thing already? In other words, do you have a pool of people out there that have been helping you when needed?
Thank you. There is a casual list that when I had a staff leave, so we had a person that left the organization and the time it took to fill them, I did pull off the casual list. So that does exist within HR for the casual support. It is not something that I've done to augment, it was just to replace.
So this would be sort of helping with surges in workloads rather than vacancy issues. Thank you. I don't see any other hands up. I do have a motion on the floor, which is to refer this to round 2, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Director Henderson, Bax, and White opposed. Thank you. And that is it for purchasing and risk management. So thank you very much. Moving on to Annex FF, we're looking at information technology. And next up we have Manager David Nelson of Information Services. Hey, we're on the next page.
Thank you, Chair. There we go. Is that better? Okay. There we go. Where's that? Ah. Okay. Okay, thank you, Chair. Just by way of introduction, Information Services is comprised of the IT 117 and function and mapping and civic addressing functions, which is 506 and 510. So I'm happy to present to you today 2 budget proposals in the 117 information technology function. Both of these are about cyber risk and how much risk tolerance the SRD has. These proposals fall out of 4 factors. 1, the economy, constituents, and the public sector are ever more reliant on digital infrastructure services. 2, the pandemic has accelerated this and necessitated IT move to provide more digitally enabled means of working anywhere, hybrid meetings, and online collaboration trends in general. 3, we're facing a global climate of escalating cybersecurity threat through increased geopolitical pressures, risks, as well as an ever-increasing sophistication of cybersecurity crime organizations, cybercrime organizations. And 4, finally, the implications of not having these proposed provisions already in place became evident in 2022 with a data breach incident that put a sharp focus on the need to harden our cybersecurity stance and resiliency at the SCRD. So I'm happy to take your questions on these 2 proposals.
Thank you very much. Director Bax, we're looking at item number 1 first on the bottom of page 451.
Okay, I wanted to just ask about something about item 2.
Go for it.
Last time I saw this budget line, the price was quite a bit higher. It was something around $80,000, $90,000 for the insurance. If you've got a better quote on that, then is that what's happened?
Yes. Well, the quote is right here. It's $50,000.
Yes, that's what I see it is now.
Yeah, we're not entirely sure exactly because the risk impact of escalating cybersecurity threats globally are impacting insurers' ability to recover their costs from premiums, and so premiums have been escalating, And also, some requests for insurance have been denied, even in the local government sector.
Because to the best of my recollection, when I saw these spreadsheets in, I'm gonna say December.
When we saw pre-budget, there was a placeholder amount that was in the,
and
in the
It
document.
was $90,000.
I think it was 100, but it was just a
Yes.
placeholder number.
Okay, so, and this $50,000, that's based on what information that you have?
A more accurate estimate. Your mic's off, though.
Thanks for the question. Yes, it's a more accurate number.
Thank you. Director McMahon?
Yes, for those of you who weren't here during the excitement last year, it was very interesting. We were very fortunate that our IT department was well organized, and we were frankly lucky. But one of the things that we discovered in confidential conversations was just how many other local governments and corporations and public sector institutions have been hit by these kind of things. It doesn't get into the press quite often because people don't want to tell anyone that they have been hacked or ransomed. But the incidence of this is dramatically on the rise, and the cost of what happens if things go bad is huge. I don't know what it cost the municipality of Whistler, but I believe they were offline for, 3 weeks? Something like that, that nobody could work because everything was down. So I don't want to spend this money, but I think that we don't have very much choice in the current climate if we're going to protect our assets. Thank you.
Thank you, Director McMahon. Just for clarity, both of these proposals are listed as non-discretionary, which is not technically true. They are discretionary, but they're beyond the level of risk that staff are able to entertain. So if the board were to make this decision that these are discretionary, that's on the board. But the question that I've got is, do you see that both of these are necessary? Like, if we hire the analyst, do we need the insurance? If we get the insurance, do we need the analyst?
Thank you for the question. I would say number one is most important. Number two is about reducing the costs in response to an incident should one occur again. The Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity, who we worked with on our last incident, estimates that the per cost incident response is $6 million and can average 24 days to fully recover in situations like Whistler, being an example. So the SRD was very lucky, and we were fortunate to have a state-of-the-art flash array backup and recovery solution that enabled us to come back online within 8 business hours of the incident occurring.
Thank you. Director, CFO Perot, I see your hand up.
Yeah, if I could, Chair, maybe our manager of purchasing and risk, I know that both herself and Manager Nelson have been working with insurers. So one of the things we had in discussion was perhaps the insurance one could be referred to round 2, pending some more information, because we are still debriefing and exploring if this is even an option for the SRD. So I think that would be a prudent next step is for that second one to be referred to round 2.
Thank you. We're looking at item number 1 at the moment, of course, if directors want to make a motion. Director Bax.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept this budget, we approve this budget proposal and incorporate it into the 2023 budget.
Thank you, and I have a seconder for that. Speaking next, Director Stanford.
Thank you, Chair. 2 quick comments. If I was wanting a job in cybersecurity, I would attack an organization, let them deal with the fallout, and then apply for a position right after. We are kind of falling right into what is intended, is we are having to respond to illegal activity in a huge way. And I resent every dollar that we're having to do this with. But given that, I do understand this, the cybersecurity analyst. I am a little concerned about also the insurance, because there was a statement earlier that they may not even cover even if you are insured, that the insurance itself is questionable. And finally, the attack last year happened on a day that I was supposed to be told whether or not I was acclaimed to the position. And I had to sit and wait, not knowing whether I was going to be a director or not. All worked out, but the implications, small as that was hugely stressful.
And hugely personal for you. Director Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. I would totally agree with CFO Perot. I think we should put the insurance off. I fear we won't be able to get it at all. And, if we do get it, it might cost a lot more. So let's get some good information on that. Regarding item 1, I'd be curious to know, to me, this is an emerging and ever-changing threat. It's not something that you, dare I say, is one, you don't hire an accountant and rely on their training from 3 or 30 years ago to deal with. You need somebody who's right up to on the ball and doing this every day. And it seems to me we would be better in this situation to be looking at outsourcing this to an organization who specializes in it. Thanks.
Thank you. And then my speakers list changed. CFO Pro, you had your hand up, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we did explore that. We have been speaking to multiple consultants, and we've actually been contacted by multiple consultants in regards to what they can do for us. And it was actually considerably more expensive to do the types of tasks that we would need to do. So hence why we presented it as an internal resource. The benefit of having an internal resource too is that you can cross-train. And right now we have, as CEO McKinley said, the Department of Off Your Side of Your Desk. And so I think that this will build capacity in the organization as well, where an external resource will be very narrowly focused, and so we don't have that flexibility. So we have explored external resources for sure.
Thank you. Director Lee.
Thank you, Chair. I believe this is a unique skill set, but is it actually a whole person, or could we be using this for some of the day-to-day stuff as well in the upcoming years?
Thanks for the question. Yes, a quick scan of what similar positions in other local governments that have been popping up recently is sort of indicating that we may be a bit slow to the game of actually hiving off these responsibilities and dedicating them specifically to a full FTE resource, and where they can be attended to at the level that they need to be, and not diluted or distracted with other projects and operational needs, which is how we've been operating up until this point.
Thank you. Director Stanford? No? Director Henderson, I see your hand again.
Thank you. Perhaps and more of a follow-up, but I think I would rather see us spend more to be better protected. So, I understand that the outsourcing was considered, and that maybe it was going to be more expensive, but this is an issue of protecting us effectively. And with respect, I don't think it's possible for one person sitting in an office here to be as up to date as somebody who works in this 24/7.
Thank you for that. I don't see any other hands up on my speakers list. I know personally this is one that I think I'd like to see come back at round 2 at the same time we talk about the insurance. I think they do go part and parcel, even if they kind of don't. But I'll leave it there. So I will call the question. Oh, Director Lee, you just got in the nick of time.
Yes, I was going to make the same comments myself. I think that, well, I hate booting things down the road. I believe we would be able to get more information based on the insurance. Maybe the insurance will say, unless you have one of these guys, you won't get it. So maybe we'll have more information at that point.
That's a valid part of the conversation. So I will call the question, which is to approve and incorporate. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's defeated. Director White?
I move that this budget proposal be referred to round 2 of the budget.
Thank you, and I've got seconders for that. I don't see hands up, so I will call the question on that. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. All right, moving on to project number 2 on the bottom of page 452. Director White?
I move that this project be referred to round 2 of the budget.
Thank you, and I've got seconders for that. I think we've heard the benefit of pushing this off, so I will call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Nelson. I think that concludes IT. It is 12 o'clock, directors. Shall we break for lunch at this time before we, CFO Perot?
Friendly suggestion, we have one more item from the corporate, legislative, and sort of administrative side of the house, which is Annex GG for the feasibility, and that would move us right after lunch into community services. I don't know if we publicly let people know that we are going to be amending the agenda a little bit, okay. So I think that would be my suggestion before we head off to lunch. I don't think it'll take
Thank
too much
you.
time.
Totally on board with that. I just drew my line in the wrong spot, so that's entirely on me. And we had talked about this, and I even read the number off this morning when I talked about the rearrangement of the agenda. So next up, we have Annex GG, which is round 1 proposal for feasibility area F. Turn this over to CAO or CFO? CFO.
I've been delegated. So this particular proposal here is a subsequent follow-up to some resolutions that the board make related to a project called the Connected Coast. And there was a grant submitted on behalf of the regional district that was successfully received. And this is related to high-speed internet for Gambier and Keats, as well as potentially up in Egmont. So this particular feasibility is to explore establishing a new service if we need to for this particular, because it benefits just a local service area. So in the past it was explored whether or not even to do not doing a service would be part of this particular exercise. So the money here is would only be taxed for Area F residents, and it is to really just recover any costs associated with advertising, any legal expenses, community consultation, et cetera. And then we would come back to the board and decide whether or not public approval or some sort of process would need to happen legislatively to establish a new service to the regional district. And then if the service was established, then whatever those participants, the money would go back and they would recover these funds. So yeah, take any questions if there are any.
Thank you for that introduction. I see the other electoral areas are already on my speakers list. Director McMahon.
Yes, there is a whole bunch of federal money hanging out there waiting for this project. So we have I think it's about $1 million grant, isn't it? It's very large that we are eligible for here, and I think it's even been approved, CAO.
$3 million.
$3 million. And I will say that in my 4 years here last term, I have never had as much email about any single subject as I did about this. Everybody on the islands wants this service, or at least a lot more people than I ever knew lived on Gambier Island emailed us about this. So I think we need to move forward. I think there's a likelihood that there will be a service establishment, in which case we can we can get the money back from this.
Repatriate.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director Bax.
Yeah, so there are grants out there that can cover this, and the SCRD's getting into the high-speed internet business. Is that what I'm looking at? Yes. That's a service that we're gonna provide to, now I understand that the islands and, needs high-speed internet, and, thanks to these grants that are supposedly coming, that we can supply that. So this is just a study, and we can recoup this $10,000 should those grants come in, is that so?
Should the service establishment be successful, but I think CAO McKinley can provide us a really high-level overview
Thank you,
really quickly.
CAO.
Certainly, yeah, it's an interesting project. The grants have already been approved, subject to the board already approving 10% of the overall project funding coming from gas tax funds, so that's been done. The regional district would not be getting into the high-speed internet business. The residents of Keats and Gambier would be paying for internet through the internet service providers that are associated with the project. The reason we have to do the service establishment feasibility study is part of the project is that there is potential for the regional district as a partner to receive funds annually based on a portion of the profits achieved through the arrangement. We don't know if those profits will be realized or if that money may actually flow back to the regional district, but if it does, we need a service to be able to hold those funds. And so this project would be to explore the creation of that service. What is the service we need to hold those funds? Should they become available? How would that work, et cetera? That's what this is for.
Thank you. That's fair. I think this is the first time some of you are seeing it. So, Director Stanford.
I would like to move the motion but also make a comment afterwards, that the 2023 budget submission, Connected Coast Connectivity Feasibility Study of $10,000 be approved and incorporated in the 2023 round 2 budget.
And I've got seconders for that.
Okay, and I'll just make a quick comment, just a reminder that understanding this comes out of Area F taxation only. Federally, provincially, regional district, and Islands Trust, we all promised that this would not increase taxes one iota. So if we just keep this nice and quiet and tucked away, that would be a good idea. But I just agree that this is a very necessary project in order to maintain community on the islands, and people are very excited the concept that it will be coming.
Thank you. This is a very substantial project coming down the pipeline, and it's being sort of spearheaded by one of the further up the coast regional districts. So I don't see any other hands up, so I will call the question. All those in favor? Thank you, that's carried. And that concludes item GG. Now can we break for lunch? Yes, okay. It's 12:06. Do directors want us to reconvene at 1, or is that too long? I'm hearing 1 is when we will come back, so we'll see you all at 1 o'clock. Good afternoon and welcome back to the Finance Committee Round 1 Budget Day 2 for January 24th, 2023. It's 1 p.m. and we are reconvening here and we're jumping ahead in our agenda to Annex QQ, which will be Transit and Fleet. So we'll turn it over for an introduction.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Directors. I want to thank you for the opportunity to provide an overview of the 2023 Community Services Department priorities and budget considerations. I'd like to take this opportunity to quickly thank my team for their contributions, time and effort over the past 8 months, preparing what is in front of you today. The budget considerations reflect the Board's strategic plan from 2019 to 2023, as well as a focus on customer service, asset stewardship, and employee safety, retention, and recruitment. Recognizing that you have quite a bit of agenda in front of you, I'm going to forego introductions as we hit each division, but I will be joined by the division managers at that time so that we can answer any questions that you might have for us. I will note right up front that when you hit fleet, item 2, we would like to make a recommendation to move that to round 2 because we still have some further work to do on reconciling our reserves in fleet. Other than that, we are ready to go. And I'll turn it back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. So Directors, we are on page 481, starting off with item number 1, which is public transit, permanent enhanced cleaning standards, base budget increase. Any questions or recommendations? Director Bax.
Yeah, question. This is a 1.4 full-time equivalency. Is there a reason why it's so high?
Thank you for the question. This is actually a requirement that we've had since COVID, where when COVID happened, we needed to increase our cleaning of the buses due to hygienic reasons. That standard has now been implemented in the AOA and is a standard that is across all BC Transit contracts. And so in order for us to meet that standard that is set by BC Transit for enhanced cleaning, that is how many hours it takes us, and that is the equivalent FTE. So this has been in the budget now. This is a third year. In the 2 prior budgets, it was one time only because we weren't sure if it was going to be a continuation, but it has in fact been built into the operations standards and our AOA. So there is partial recovery of this from BC Transit that is noted in your budget package. Thank you.
That was going to be my question. Thank you. It looks to be an approximately 50-50 cost share with BC Transit. So, Director Bax, I see your hand up.
I'm going to move that we follow this proposal and approve it and incorporate it into the 2023 budget.
Thank you very much. And I've got a seconders for that. I don't see any other hands up. I will call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Moving on to item number 2, public transit service level base budget increase. This is a request for $803,610 funded through a combination of sources, including BC Transit. And this is, any questions or recommendations from directors? Director Bax.
Does this take into account the plan to implement a half-hour number 90 bus?
Thank you. Through the chair. No, this does not. So that has already been included in the budget considerations based on a board resolution in September. So that's already included in the numbers that you saw when the budget started. So this is only around maintaining service levels according to our annual operating agreement. This is actually one of the first years that we brought it through this way. In previous years, we have had a board report, which we did. We had a board report come forward in, I think it was early December, where we talked about the annual operating agreement. And then from there, we typically then just cooked it into the base. But we think this is a bit more transparent in the process, where we bring it back from and fully outline the financial implications. So it does not include the expansion. However, the expansion has been built into your base considerations that were presented at the beginning of the budget, just based on how the board resolutions came. Thank you.
Follow-up, Director Bass?
Just a quick follow-up. So is this similar to what was approved last year for last year's budget?
Thank you. It's the similar process we follow every single year, where we negotiate our annual operating agreement in draft, and then the board has to adopt that into their budget in order for us to maintain status quo. So it is an annual cycle of events that occur. Thank you.
I think the question was more about how much of a lift is this from the previous budget? Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. I actually don't have that information offhand. I'd have to go back and look at last year's budget. But we certainly know over the past 2 or 3 years that costs have gone up, especially when it relates to things like fuel, procurement of supplies, materials. This also includes some of the new services that are coming through BC Transit to BC Transit near you, things like our electronic fare system and our Next Gen, which is the ability to, in real time, see where our buses are. So that's reflected in this amount as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Director McMahon.
Yes, this is one for the parking lot, but in the last term, we had a great workshop for elected on transit. It was really interesting. It left me with some questions about how the province calculates the costs that they do and don't cover, which I'd love to dive into further at a future time, because the, whatever it is, the 55-45 split, the devil is in the details. So thank you very much. Oh, and I guess I would move this to be approved and incorporated into round 2.
Thank you very much. Do I have a seconder for that? Seconded. Thank you. I don't see any other hands up. Director White?
Sorry, this is not on the motion, I don't think, but I'm just navigating through all my papers here. What was the one that was recommended that we simply move to round 2?
When we get to fleet.
That's
So
the
right
fleet.
now we're in transit on the
Fleet
bottom of
number
page
2.
482.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, thanks.
No worries. So I'll call the question then. All those in favor? And opposed? Director Bax opposed. That's carried. Thank you very much. And number 3, on page 484, public transit supernumerary compensation. This is FTE related, so I know that directors have expressed interest in having a further discussion at round 2. So Director Bax, I see your hand.
Now, I'm of the understanding that there's currently a test project going through for scheduling with the Parks Department, then with some of the recreation facilities. And I'm of the understanding that should this scheduling software be successful, that it's going to be moved to the transit department. At which point, it would, I imagine it would solve some of these problems. Is that, am I understanding this correctly?
Thank you, through the chair. So you are correct. There is a software for scheduling being piloted in our Pender Harbor that will then eventually roll out to our other rec facilities. And once we're done that, we certainly have high hopes for being able to bring that in other places in the organization. Unfortunately, it will not solve this particular issue. It might help us with scheduling, but it doesn't help us with drivers that call in sick at the last minute, which is what this is related to. So this is after hours calls that comes in from drivers that are sick, which have been on the rise and continue to be fairly stable in terms of people being more conscientious about their health. And when they're not feeling well, they're not coming to work. And so we do have many instances, and in the last few months, it averages between 17 to 21 days of the month, we are dealing with after hour sick calls. And so what happens is we have to go through quite a process to try and get another driver, and that's all occurring after hours. And so what this is proposed to do as a pilot, we'd like to pilot it for 1 year, is actually have a transit assistant scheduled that's over and above our base transit assistant. So one other person scheduled every morning for 4 hours. So that if we do have a driver that calls in sick, we can then just put this person on the bus, and we don't have to do all the after-hour calling. If there is no sick call, then they continue to do cleaning and extra work, and away they go. And we think that over the year, we will see a balance in between the amount of, well, obviously the amount of time that is extra hours that is not compensated, because all that work is done by exempt staff after hours. So that should decrease. But we also see a lot of overtime being used because we are having to pull drivers in overtime in order to fill this shift. So we're hoping that at the end of the year, we can be able to demonstrate a reduction in the amount of overtime because we have this 4-hour shift already scheduled. So that's why we've presented it as a 1-year pilot, is to be able to do that business case and that work, to be able to see if we prevent not only the extra hours that exempt staff are putting in, but also the overtime that we incur having to put drivers back on the road right away. Thank you. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Given that this is a one-time, potential one-time cost, or at least a pilot project, is there an opportunity to fund this rather than from taxation from operating reserves? And then when we review it next year to determine whether it's successful and should be rolled into the permanent operations, we can transition it to taxes or look at alternate funding sources.
Thank you for the question. I know that staff is hesitant to recommend using reserves when it deals with staffing. I also would suggest that due to the amount that this is a very complex budget, and so it takes time at the end of the year to make sure that we've reconciled all of our accounts and reserves. So if that is the direction that the board is wanting to go, perhaps we would refer it to round 2, so it gives us a bit of time to do some of that reconciliation of our reserves. But with that, I will see if our CFO would like to add to that. Thank you.
And I see your hand up, CFO Perot.
Yes, I'd concur with how the GM stated it, because we have a lot of moving parts still with the transit budget. So the board has just approved the item number 2 on there. We also have some items in the subsequent proposal. If we have to increase some recoveries for our fleet, that might further impact our transit. And so what that means is, in essence, some of the depletion of the COVID restart funding that we have on page on page 485 of the agenda, that would further deplete quite a lot more than we actually have in here. And so we always want a pretty healthy buffer in transit, because through variations through the years, we've incurred, if ridership doesn't match the revenues, we definitely want an operating reserve to draw from in the future. So I would suggest we have an opportunity to ensure that we're giving the full picture to the board.
Thank you. Director McMahon.
Given this is a 1-year project, and I am a big fan of the experimental method, I would like to move that this be approved and incorporated into round 2.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Seconded. Thank you. Director Bax, I see your hand.
Also a fan of the experimental model. You have procedures in place to give us some type of measurement of this, of the effectiveness of this program?
Thank you for the question. You're absolutely correct. We have actually already started and looking at how we are going to effectively evaluate the success of this pilot, so that when we come back at the end of this coming year, we'll have some good information. Thank you.
Thank you. And Director Bax, I see your hand up. Nope, you're good. Okay. So I will call the question then, seeing no other hands up. All those in favor? And opposed? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Myself and Director White opposed. Moving on. Oh, that's the end of transit. Thank you very much. And with that, we are going to move on to fleet maintenance, Annex RR. And no further introduction than what you've already said, so we can jump straight into the proposals. So looking on page 486 at number 1, fleet maintenance, standby on-call compensation. Director Bax.
I recommend that we, where is it? That we refer it to round 2,
Okay,
number 3, yeah. That this proposal referred to round 2 of the budget.
thank you. And do I have a seconder for that? Seconded, thank you. Sorry, Director Stanford, you're all by yourself over there, so, yeah. I don't see any other hands up, so I will call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. And item number 2, fleet maintenance, corporate fleet strategy. This is the one that you made reference to, should be referred to round 2. So, Director White.
I move that this proposal be referred to round 2.
And I've got seconders for that. Thank you very much. I don't see any other hands up, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. And that's the end of RR. We're making some progress here, so that's the end of fleet maintenance. Next up, we have Annex SS, which is building maintenance. And just do the little bit of a staff shuffle there. But again, I don't believe we have a separate introduction for this. So moving right into number 1 on page 490. Yeah, this is building maintenance services, increased building maintenance requirements. So a temporary 0.12 FTE. Welcome back, Director Henderson. Thank you. Directors, any questions, comments, recommendations? I think as we determined at lunchtime, building maintenance is a good thing. Director Bax.
Yeah, it is a great thing. I just wanted to know that this 0.12 FTE, is this because that you feel you need more time to do? It's not an actual hire, is it? It's not an actual hire. You're not hiring somebody temporary. You're just asking for more wages to be budgeted towards this this feature, this thing that the building maintenance?
Go ahead.
Thank you for the question. It is additional, so it is a budget lift for 1 year to be able to assign hours, so it would be to an additional staff. We'd probably draw from our casual list to be able to do the work that's proposed in the proposal, to do a review of building maintenance and the support that we provide to our many buildings, and setting out service levels and identifying whether it's sufficient, whether we're ignoring buildings that we need to have a bit more attention to, et cetera, and that may drive further considerations in the future. But this is a time-limited, project-based approach to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Lee, I had seen your hand up, but go ahead.
I was just going to propose number 1, that it's approved, incorporated into 2023 round 2.
Thank you, and I've got a seconder for that. I don't see any other hands. Director Gabias?
Thank you, Chair. Just curious as to why this is a one-time request?
Thank you for the question. It allows me an opportunity to make sure that I've articulated myself well. So it really is a project where we want to do an assessment on our other buildings. And then from that assessment, we can determine where we go from. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will call the question, seeing no further hands. All those in favor? And opposed? Director Henderson, White, and Director Bax, did I see your hand up opposed? Thank you. That is carried. And just like that, we finished up with Annex SS. Okay. So next up, we're looking at Annex TT, which is the Mason Road Works Yard. And we're starting on page 493, item number 1, Mason Road Works Yard, operating base budget lift. $40,000 funded through support services. Director Bax.
I'm going to recommend that we accept this, that we approve this and incorporate it into the 2023 budget.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? I do have a seconder. And Director McMahon, I see your hand up.
Oh, I was just wondering where we are with our Mason Road project to reorganize the site. Just super briefly, that's underway right now, right? Yeah.
Sure, very quickly. So we have engaged with BC Transit and an external consultant to do a high-level study on the expansion of Mason Yards to meet the needs over the next 25 years of both our transit, parks, and utilities department. So we are well underway. We started and launched that in November. ETA is, I believe, April. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other Director Gabias.
Okay, see if I can. So this would be sort of like a joint account for everybody that's working in there, so that they are all sharing the costs fairly, is that correct?
Thank you. Yes, you're absolutely correct. We are going to strike a little operating committee so that we have some joint decision-making done up at Mason Yard, and that we can all take ownership of a facility that I would suggest nobody's really taken ownership of for a while. Thank you.
Go ahead.
So just a quick follow-up. So right now, this money, like say this 40,000, or that's coming out of, it's kind of ad hoc, coming out of different places, or this is like a brand new funding?
So this is additional funding that is purposefully for Mason Yards. So right now, when we want to do something, we're having to draw from our current operating budgets and robbing from Peter to pay Paul, I think is how they denote it. We also have some new things like Fire Smart that we need to address where there is no budget for that. Okay. So this is like a new pot of money that will specifically address Mason Yards' common areas. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Director Bax, you really look like you want to say something.
I move that we now reconsider our action relative to the building maintenance service.
I have a motion on the floor at the moment.
Then, well, take care of the motion on the floor.
Thank you. And the motion on the floor is to incorporate.
Want to deal with
Director Henderson, I see your hand up.
I just want to clarify this. You mentioned Fire Smart, but this item has nothing to do with funding for Fire Smart.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to clarify. It's separate. We had a Fire Smart assessment done on the property, and we have work we need to do, maintenance type of work that this budget would allow us to do. But it's separate than the Fire Smart program. Thank you for the clarity.
And it looks like we've lost our internet stream completely. So I think,
I don't know.
well, the audio is showing, but the video is not functional.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to call the question on this, and then maybe we'll just take a couple minutes to see if it sorts itself out. Pardon?
If it sorts.
Okay. So we do have a motion on the floor to approve and incorporate. All those in favor? And opposed? Directors Henderson, White, and Gabias. Thank you. Shall we take a couple minutes just to see if it sorts itself out, or should we just keep going? You want a couple minutes? Okay, we're just going to take a 2 or 3 minute recess to try and sort this out. Thanks. All right, thank you everybody for your patience while we work through our technology hiccups. We are going to continue on, and if the video drops off, the video drops off. Not strictly a requirement for us, so we're going to keep moving because we've got a lot of budget here. Moving on to Annex UU. This is round one budget proposal for 345 Ports Services. And this is voting B, D, E, and F. Project number one, major ports major inspections budget increase. So I would look to my four appropriate directors for a recommendation. Director McMahon.
We have to inspect the ports in order to know their condition, in order to do the ports master plan, which is really important. And so I would like to move that this be approved and incorporated into round two.
Thank you, and I have seconders for that, so that's excellent. Thank you very much. Director Stanford, I see your hand up. Are you? Yep.
I wanted to move that one. That was mine.
Better luck next time. Seeing no further hands up, though, I will call the question B, D, E, and F. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you very much. And that concludes that particular annex. So moving on to VV, this is round one budget proposals for community services, cemetery services. Item number one, which is Seaview Cemetery Expansion Project. $589,600 to be funded through a combination of operating reserve and MFA loan, short-term loan. So, Director Stanford, I see your hand up. Nope, that's a residual. Thank you.
As the creek running through the cemetery that needs some mitigation work.
Thank you for the question. It does not. It does look at potential planning for mitigation strategies, but the majority of the capital request, so the construction request, is for the plots and then also for the columbarium. That is the majority of the work, but it does include some planning for the rest, for other recommendations that were in the cemetery master plan. I tried to articulate that in the service impacts, but if there's additional questions about what's in and what's out, happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Director McMahon, I see your hand up still or again.
Yeah, I have issues, as you know, with the plan that was provided by the cemetery consultants, who are big fans of lawns. What would be the impact of deferring this project for another year?
Thank you for the question. And it's a good one because it's an important one. It has severe impacts. So as per the report, we have a certain demand every year. We know that based on statistics of how many burials we accommodate. Even though burials are going down, cremations are going up, we still know what our demand is and what our supply is. We need to prep the plots because that land also needs to settle for 2 years. And so if we delay this project, we are going to run out of supply and we will not be able to meet demand. And that is just the simplicity of it, of a $500,000 project.
Thank you. Director McMahon.
And if we ran out of supply, then people couldn't get buried on the Sunshine Coast, largely. Would that be correct? They'd have to go somewhere else?
They would not be able to access traditional burials through the SCRD in our cemeteries. And I believe we are one of the very few cemeteries, I think, that the nations have their own, but other than that, we're it. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Stanford.
Yes, through the chair. I'm just really questioning how this is non-discretionary when you speak to such severe consequences. Oh, sorry,
No.
I'm getting, yeah, you know what?
Got that?
I
You're
haven't,
right.
I
There are
haven't
severe
had my tea.
consequences to this being discretionary, which is why it's
I'm
non-discretionary.
sorry, my apologies. I haven't had my tea.
It's all good. Directors, any recommendations? Director McMahon?
Well, yeah, that's what I was kind of trying to get at. We have somehow gotten ourselves into the cemetery business. But what if we said, we don't want to be in the cemetery business, Like, what are our obligations here? I'm not really clear on that. That was one of the things with the plan that I found somewhat confusing. I mean, could we not just stop offering the service because it's not available for a year or two? Or, like, how does this work? We will still have cremation spots available for a while. This involves burial plots, if I remember correctly.
Director McMahon, I wonder if it'd be suitable to forward this to round 2 pending further information regarding.
Gee, I hear a hint out there. Perhaps I should make a motion that the following proposal be referred to round 2.
Great, thank you, and that's seconded. And my speakers list has disappeared, so I will call the question. All those in favor? And any opposed? Director Lee opposed. Thank you, that's carried. And that's it for cemetery services. So next up is Annex WW, and this is Community Recreation Facilities. First up on page 502, project number 1, Recreation Facility Maintenance, Health and Safety Equipment. This is a 21,000.
Simply going to speak against this motion because I agree with what Director McMahon is saying, and it's out of reserves, it's $10,000. This is necessary in order to move forward with what we're hoping to do to get non-potable water which is a really important project in my view. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm going to call the question. I just want to make sure the directors down at the end of the table are okay with their conversation. Yeah, you guys are good? All right. So I'm going to call the question on the vote, the recommendation to abandon the project. All those in favor? Opposed? All those opposed? Thank you. That's defeated unanimously. Director McMahon.
Now can I move that this be approved and incorporated into round 2?
Thank you, Director McMahon, and I've got seconders for that. I don't see any other hands up. I will call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. That's carried. Moving on to item number 4 on page 505, aquatic instructor ongoing base budget lift. This is an ask for $45,362. Yeah, Director McMahon.
We previously had training provided, I believe, by the Red Cross. So presumably we had a budget for that training before, and just wondering how our previous costs compare to current costs.
Thank you.
Thank you through the chair. So what we have done previously is we have relied on external sources through the Life Saving Society to provide certification opportunities for our residents or people that are interested in becoming lifeguards to attend, which either required us sending them off the coast to do that, or in many cases, we were at the mercy of an external contractor that couldn't come for 6 months, 8 months, that required a minimum number of registrants in order to actually put on the course. And so it was taking a long time to actually get people certified to become lifeguards, which has obviously an impact on our ability to hire lifeguards. So what this enables us to do is certify our own staff to become certifiers. So we can actually certify our own folks on the coast here at our leisure when we have opportunity arise. So we're hoping that this will have an impact on our ability to recruit staff. We also would note that this type of position it's an elevated position from a lifeguard 2, say, for example, and creates an opportunity for a career for our guards as well. So from a long-term retention perspective, this actually is very enticing. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Bax.
So this is going to train 3 people that can in turn train your staff. Is that correct?
Thank you for the question. Yes, this particular one is for 3. There's a very similar request coming up right away under Pender Harbor because it's a separate service to train an additional two for that pool. But that's exactly what it is. Thank you.
I'm willing to put forward a motion to approve this and incorporate it into the 2023 budget.
Thank you. And I have a seconder for that. Director Henderson, I see your hand up.
Thank you. Observation more than, that this is an example where we're effectively approving $40,000 a year on an ongoing basis. So 15 this year, 30 prorated this year, but next year, part of the lift will be the extra 10,000. So we need to be so cognizant of that. That's not directed at this proposal specifically, but that's what causes me trouble.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands up. Oh, Director Gabias, just in the nick of time.
Thank you, Chair. Just more of a comment. This has been raised in my community as a problem. People have been wanting to use the pool and, teach their kids how to swim. And so to me, it's like if we're putting all this money into the building, but we don't have lifeguards to allow people to use it, then, all that we all want to save money, but I think this is a pretty good investment for the community.
Thank you. Director Lee.
This is just a generic question. Could we have paid one of our existing, or one or two of our existing lifeguards additional money to become instructors? And then if we did that, would they have time to do the instruction?
Thank you for the question. So in essence, you'll note that this doesn't have an FTE impact because we're taking existing staff and we are basically elevating their level of certification, and would be giving them, through a competition, of course, we'd be giving them this title. So we are in fact taking a lower level certified individual and creating more certification, greater skill and capacity with no implication to an FTE. But this is the difference between what we would pay a lifeguard and what we would pay an aquatic instructor. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands up, so I will call the question on this. My apologies, Director Lee. I did not realize you don't get to vote on this just yet, but you'll have your own proposals that you get to vote on. So I will call the question. All those in favor? And opposed? Director White opposed. That's carried. And Director Henderson, thank you. And that's it for Annex WW for community recreation. So next up we have Annex XX, which is Pender Harbor Fitness and Aquatic Center. I suspect a lot of these projects are going to look similar to what we've already seen. But yeah, so first up on page 507, we have number 1, aquatic instructor ongoing base budget lift. Turn your microphone on.
Motion to accept option 1, which is approve and incorporate into the 2023 round 2 budget.
Thank you, Director Lee. Seconded by Director McMahon. I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, that's carried. Thank you. And that's it for Annex XX. So next up we have Annex YY, which is school facilities, joint use. So number 1 is school facilities joint use agreement financial implications on page 510. This is $44,850 to be funded from taxation. Director Bax.
So my question to this is an agreement that's going to be created between the SCRD and School Board 46, and does this $44,000 in taxation represent staff time to make this agreement?
It's an agreement that's already in place.
Okay.
Realizing this, I think maybe I'll ask GM Gagnon to give just a really brief overview of the joint use.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. I will provide a quick overview of the joint use. And then in terms of the financial implication that's in front of you, I may turn it over to our CFO. So we have been in a joint use agreement with School District 46 since 2016, I believe. And what that joint use agreement does, it's like a reciprocal use. So you can use ours if we can use yours. So it permits the SCRD in using school facilities for SCRD purposes, whether that be a meeting or an SCRD ran program. And then it permits SD, 46 schools, in using SCRD facilities for a class, a phys ed class. They can come swimming, they can go skating, and they can do that for free. They don't have to pay an admission fee for that. And so even though it's a non-cash transaction, there's implications on the facility in that we're not getting the admission. We do have the additional costs around more people in the building, maintenance, et cetera, et cetera. And so this is trying to get our budget to be reflective of the cost, even though it's a non-cash transaction. So I'll just see if my CFO has anything that she would like to add to that, and then we can answer questions if there are more.
CFO Pro is declining to add anything further at this time. Director Bax, I see your hand up still, or again?
Yeah, I'm still scratching my head over the fact that we are not, this is money that we're going to lose because we let people use the skating rink and the swimming pool, and so now we have to ask the taxpayers to pay it?
CFO Pro, I think you get to chime in anyways.
Thank you. So essentially, when this particular agreement was developed, there was, I think, an assumption that the use was going to be, lack of a better term, free. So no cost to each party. However, from an accounting standard perspective, these are non-cash transaction. So as a regional district, all of our silos are essentially segregated. So essentially, one business unit, being the recreation facilities, is essentially losing costs. So in the past, when we didn't have the joint use agreement, if the schools would want to use the facilities, they would pay a fee, a drop-in fee, and they would essentially go ahead and use the facility. So we are essentially waiving those fees, or not recording that revenue, and essentially the school district is not being charged that. So it's the lost fee for that, and so we have to recover it because there's no really thing as free. So that's in essence what happens is, and reciprocally the same thing in the sense of when we use a school facility, we would typically have to pay a fee, but now that fee is not being recognized from a cash transaction, but still we have to record it from a financial transaction. So that's in essence what this particular item is.
Follow-up. Do you know if the school board is doing something like this? Are they charging taxpayers for any use that we use in their facilities?
I can't directly, but just knowing my conversations with the Secretary Treasurer, they find this from their perspective. Because we don't use their facilities quite as often, I think it's quite immaterial from what they've explained to us, so they're not recording it. Plus their financial standards are a little bit different than a regional district. Because of our silos, every silo has to essentially is distinguished. We're not like a general fund, like a municipality or like a school district. So we have to account this. It's kind of an accounting, but it actually does land on the taxpayers because it's the avoided revenue that the recreation facilities, because recreation facilities have to still pay for their staff, pay for their overhead. And I think, and this is where GM Gagnon or Manager Graham can maybe point in, is that if there are some incremental increases, so if they have to run programs, I do believe they do charge a fee to the school facility, so they don't lose that particular revenue. But those are part and parcel, and I think we also have to clarify who this particular agreement is available to. So in essence, this particular agreement has, I won't say dormant since 2019, since prior to COVID, but definitely there is an interest to reinvigorate it. So I think we're just having to define what the service level, and that's the decision for the board, is what is the service level that you wanted to provide for this particular agreement, and that's not necessarily something that's been articulated, but I think it's part and parcel of something that can be explored.
Thank you for that explanation. Director Lee?
Thank you, Chair. The idea, though, was that by exchanging facilities of equal value, we would be costing us on one side, but we'd get money back on the other side, or we'd save money somewhere on the other side, so that it was a net zero to both parties. It isn't happening. I believe that we've now discovered that we're subsidizing school use of our facilities. Have I
Yes.
got that wrong, or is?
Nope, that's generally correct, I think, which is a part of the problem, is that huge imbalance between the school board and the regional district on the usage. Because when, like, this number is directly correlational to that discrepancy in usage, I believe. Yeah, I'm seeing a couple head nods there, so, yeah. Follow-up?
I don't quite know how to proceed because it's been going on for years, and I think we're going to have to address it at some point. Don't know that I'm eager to do it now, but I'd be interested what the other directors think.
CFO Pro, did you?
Yeah, I think it was, really finalized or developed in 2016. Final approval, I believe, was 2017. So there was very little activity. I think the highest activity was in 2019 prior to pandemic, and then I think 2020 pretty much dropped off, and now I think late last year we saw a little bit of uptake, and obviously now there's interest in further exploring that, because I think now there's wider understanding or awareness on the school district side of the house that this is an option for the school to run or take school-age children to our facilities.
Right. Director Henderson.
Thanks. You know, swaps and barters rarely work when it gets into, you know, how much is my coffee cup worth compared to your pen. So I think we need to go down the road of saying to the school district, you pay, just like BC Ferries for us old timers, you know, BC Ferries doesn't charge us, but the provincial government pays an actual cash amount for me to get on a ferry Monday to Thursday. So I think we should be going down that road with the school district. Let's identify it. It's a real cost that they pay us because we're providing the service, and equally we should be paying them, and then we leave it to the accountants to offset. But to actually attribute a cost, because it's not our role as the SCRD to provide funding to, what amounts to funding to the school district.
Thank you for that. Director White, because you haven't had a chance to speak.
Yeah, I agree with Director Henderson. That sounds like a reasonable solution to me. I mean, I believe it would be on the schools and even fundraising for parents to usually pay for these. That's what it would have been in the past. But I think it does make sense to me to maybe amend or have a discussion about the joint use agreement, that anything at the end of the year where one side is got a loss, the other side should just pay it corporately. And I'm familiar with the surpluses that are usually held for reserves like this at the school district. They're usually quite large, and I think they'd be able to cover this no problem if I mean, I'm not saying they're going to say yes to the negotiation immediately, but I know they have the funds to do it if ultimately they do. Yes.
Thank you. Director Bax.
So is this the first year that this has been a budget line?
No.
No, it's been up here before?
Yep.
So I think that revisiting the agreement, as some of the other directors have said, as much as I would love to, you know, having a school-aged child, I would love to subsidize the school board. That's not our position. The school board has their own budget, and if a higher level of government would like to subsidize the school board, that'd be great. But I really don't think that it's the SCRD's position to, you know, take a bite for these activities.
Thank you. GM Gagnon. CFO Pro has also raised her hand, so GM Gagnon.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to suggest that we are in an agreement that we just renewed this past summer, and so perhaps this is a different conversation to have. And I would look over to my colleagues for a solution on how we can get there, and whether or not we can, I don't know, what we do with the budget proposal, because the other challenge is it's a difference in accounting standards. And so the school will suggest to you that they don't view it the same way. So this is a very challenging situation that we're in because of our requirements around accounting and the siloed way in which we do things. And so, we've entered an agreement, we've been in an agreement, whether or not it's been used to its full capacity over the past 6 years, we've been in that agreement and we just renewed it. So I am, I don't want to start a conflict with the school district right now over this. So I don't know if CFO Perot has any suggestions, but it sounds like we need to probably have some conversations with our colleagues over at the school district around the agreement, but we're already in it. So I don't want to jeopardize that either and that relationship.
Yeah, we are in the middle of a budget and a great conversation that could take a very long time to resolve. So CFO Pro, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I think what we can do is, there's a couple ways we can go about it. We could refer this to round 2 and just allow for us to further explore it. But I think one of the things that we have not clearly defined, even when the agreement was done, was what was the service standard? What was the board willing to up to? And I think that has not been decided and could still be a consideration where there is a cap, for instance, so it's not unlimited. So I think that's part of where, yes, we are in agreement, it's further executing, there are implications to doing something different, and so if the board wishes for us to provide some more context and some more options, then we could reconsider that as part of round 2.
Thank you. Director McMahon's next on my speakers list. I'm hoping she's got a recommendation for me.
I do. I'm going to move that this be referred to round 2 and ask staff to come back with some further information, such as a possible cap. I'm also going to point out that Directors Box and White and Toth were appointed to the Joint Use of Schools Committee, so you have a great opportunity to have that conversation with the school district, and in the meantime, we do have a signed agreement, so we can't just drop the whole thing, so thank you.
And it's already on my parking lot list.
I wasn't there when you appointed.
Should have been there. Do I have a seconder for that recommendation? I do, thank you very much. Director Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. I think whether it's the committee of 3 or staff, not to read the room, but when you go back to the school district, I'd suggest, we had the opportunity to vote this down, and what would the consequences of that be? As staff, perhaps it's easier for you to go back and say, you don't know what your board might have done, but we could have voted it down. So maybe that's a bit of negotiating tactics, which I really shouldn't offer in public.
Thank you, Director Henderson. Director Bax.
The question for myself is, who renewed this agreement? Was this brought through the board last year?
Not pertinent to the motion to move it to round 2 at this time. Sorry. It was the previous board that approved this agreement. I didn't see any other hands up. Director Lee, go ahead.
It's a question, the agreement covers the pool at Pender Harbor as well, is that correct? Okay, because we have a bit of a sticky point in that we're actually in the school with our pool. So
That makes things interesting.
I guess makes it a little tougher now to negotiate.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I have no other hands up, so I'm going to call the question on referring this to round 2, pending a little more information there. All those in favor? And opposed? Director White opposed. The motion's carried. Thank you. And that's it for Annex YY. Next up, we move to ZZ, which is Park Services, page 512. Item number 1, Rosemary Lane Keats Island erosion mitigation. Go ahead. Go ahead, Director Stanford.
I would like to move that this be moved forward to the 2023 budget as presented.
So that's approved and incorporated?
Yeah,
Okay.
and just to speak to it a little bit, and possibly some clarification. Do I have a seconder? Okay.
You do have seconders.
Great, okay.
Thank you. You want this chair? I'll go.
Sorry. The importance of this specific project, it's interesting to see this one is pulled out separately, because I think there are other parks in that area that are having similar problems, if I understand. And that how does this impact work that's done on other islands? Although they're not specific to erosion, how the ongoing work with other island parks is impacted by this.
Thank you for the question. I would suggest we have natural erosion issues in a lot of places, not just our islands. This one has been identified as a high priority for a couple of reasons. The first is that it is on a trail, and so erosion of banks and the loss of that bank could result in an injury. Plus, there's private property on the upper piece of the embankment, which might impact the private property. So this is a very complicated one, and from a safety and a risk management perspective, it came up at very high. Some of the other erosion issues and challenges that we're having, we are internally wrestling right now with natural erosion and how we are dealing with natural erosion. None of our foreshore agreements require us to deal with natural erosion. So I think for us, it's looking at those parks and what assets, exist. Are there assets like a house that exists at that park, or is it just a natural beach, and what happens over time to that natural beach? And some of the work that is happening in our sustainable development area will also influence where we go. So other issues that have been raised around erosion, we're doing our best to do what we can from a operational perspective, which is often nothing or very minimal, or as we are working through some of our foreshore agreements and some of our archaeological work, we're looking at how we can address that and then maybe work with the community around restoration projects. But this one rose to the surface simply because of its risk to both private property and public as they walk down to the beach. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands. Director Gabias?
Thank you, Chair. Are there any liability issues attached to this? Like for that residence that is close by? Or would we be on the hook if the whole thing came crashing down? Do you know what I mean?
Perhaps I'll give a shot. There are liability issues because it's our asset, it's our trail, and we've invited people to access a park with that trail, and it's the water coming down the trail. So, and part of it is how the trail was built, and so over years the erosion is having an impact on that embankment. So the liability, if the embankment were to fail and it had impacted private property, I would imagine that we would be on their list of individuals to hold liable for that. So that's one of the reasons this rose to the surface for us in addressing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Lee?
Thank you, Chair. I'm kind of curious about the logic of adding 0.03 of an FTE. Could you explain that to me?
I would love to. because I think that the old board has heard this from me several times, but perhaps not the new one. It's very easy to build things. We need to maintain it once we build it. And we don't have a good history of that. We've built a lot of things that we haven't necessarily provided the right amount of support for an ongoing maintenance. So this is really minimal. It's like once a year, we're headed out there doing inspections, doing some minor repair and maintenance. So that is what that represents, is the time spent by staff on a very minimal level of ongoing operating of the embankment and the trail.
Go ahead.
The assumption must be at some point we actually add staff, though. Or do we use part-time to?
Thank you for the question. So in this circumstance, we would draw from our casual base. And so we would look at those peak periods when we have this extra work to do, we would have casual staff come on board. So until we piecemeal enough of these together to be able to look at whether or not it makes sense around a full-time position, this kind of thing, you'll see it scattered throughout the budget where we build something and we want to maintain it, will be dealt with through our casual pool. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Bax.
Question for Director Stanford. Have you been to this particular place?
Yes, I have, to
And
this one.
Is it, so is this the only access to the beach?
I think there's some private access
Okay.
to the
And-
beach. There's another beach very similar, Black's Beach, which
Okay.
has a very similar scenario. So that's why I'm trying to differentiate between the two, but
Yeah,
it's the private property that makes a difference.
Is it something, you think it's something, I mean, I'm digging in a little deep here, but you think
Little
it's
bit.
something that's gonna be, that's gonna happen again and again? Is the path in the right spot?
I'm going to speak generally to parks on Keats in this particular area. It's an ongoing issue with erosion in this particular area. The steepness of those banks create issues. They're well-used, well-loved in that community.
Jim Gagnon.
If I may, because the question is a good one. So part of what the project involves is the mitigation strategy around how we can avoid the runoff having that continued erosion effect. So that is part of what we have to look at and what is considered in here from a geotechnical perspective on how to address that in that ongoing path of water. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Director McMahon.
And possibly what we learn could be applied to other problem places. I would like to move that this be
It's already on
approved
the
in.
floor.
It's on the floor. I beg your pardon. I'm getting lost. It's getting,
It's getting late. We're gonna be taking a break in a few minutes, but we gotta get there first. So I don't see any other hands up. I will call the question, A, B, D, E, and F. All those in favor? And opposed? Director Bax opposed. Thank you. That's carried. Next up is item number 2 on page 514, which is DL 1313 nominal rent tenure application. Director McMahon.
yes, I will speak to this. This has been a burning issue in Area E since, in fact, the late 1990s, and has caused a great deal of work on the part of SCRD staff and SCRD directors since 2013, when BC Timber Sales, without public consultation, decided that they were going to start logging next to residential properties. And the residents are more opposed than I can describe in a short period of time. And we need a solution. And this is the first solution, possible solution, or the first step of a possible solution that has come forward. We have to start a process, because if we don't start an official process recognized by the province, then BC Timber Sales does not have to recognize that this is a problem. And they can continue on their ongoing attempts to log this unique and very, very wet property. So I'm very anxious to move this forward. I've been trying to move this forward for 4 years. And like I say, this is the first step. What the long-term solution is remains to be seen, because we have to talk to the Squamish Nation for beginners. But it is an opportunity. It is a unique property. It is close to the town of Gibson's, convenient of access, very valuable, and if they log it, there's a good chance that we're just gonna get more washouts. So,
So your recommendation, Director
my
McMahon?
recommendation is, number one, please approve and incorporate into the round two budget.
Thank you, and I've got seconders for that. I do have a speakers list. We've only got about 4 minutes before we gotta take a short recess, so.
Just
Director Bax?
just a small comment as to, what is this $21,500? Is this go to BC Timber Sales?
If I read the report here, this looks to be the creation of a park management plan and the resources required to actually put in that application.
And BC Timber Sales is giving us permission to do this with DL 1313?
This is a far
Anyway.
larger question than,
Yeah, never mind.
okay. Director Lee?
I think we should change the function number on it to 650. I don't believe this is cemetery.
Thank you, Director Lee. You don't need an amendment for that, though, do you? No. Okay, that will be corrected. Thank you for the catch, Director Lee. I don't see any other hands up, so I will call the question A, B, D, E, and F. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Next up, we have item number 3 on page 518, which is the Sunshine Coast Sports Field Strategy. 18,800 to be funded by taxation or possible grants. Director McMahon.
Yes, I would like to move that this be approved and incorporated in round two. The sports fields are one of the areas of complaint that I certainly got when I went door to door. The users don't care who owns them. They just care what condition they're in. And this is a step in the right direction to find a joint, coherent strategy to deal with all of our sports fields.
Thank you. Director Bax. No? Okay. Was that a motion, Director McMahon? My
I'm
apologies.
sorry.
It may
I
have
thought I
been. I
did
may have
make a
missed it.
motion to
You
incorporate,
did,
yes.
thank you. Did I have a seconder for it? A, B, D, or F? Thank you. I don't see any other hands up. Oh, Director Stanford, just in the nick of time.
Would there be any serious consequences if this was delayed 1 year?
Thank you for the question. It is listed as discretionary, I believe. So, no, we just wanted to, we see it as a priority, an interjurisdictional priority, so have it before you for your consideration today.
And I know that at least in Seashell, our portion of the funding has shown up in our budget deliberations. I assume Gibson's has it as well in their budgets, so, yeah. Did you have a follow-up, Director Stanford, or no? Director McMahon?
And hopefully the school district, because they have some of these sports fields. But we do need to move this forward.
Thank you. Director Henderson?
Just if I was able to vote, I would be, because I think we do need to combine the usage of all our facilities much better than we're doing at present. Thanks.
Thank you. No other hands. I'll call the question A, B, D, E, and F. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. I believe we are going to take a brief recess, probably closer to 5 minutes than 10, if that works for everybody. So we'll see you back at 2:30. And welcome back to the Finance Committee Round 1 meeting for January 24th, 2023. Next up, we are looking at page 520, project number 4, which is the Egmont Park Capital Asset Replacements. And so this is $175,440 to be funded from taxation, not recommended, but I will look to my directors. Director Lee.
I caught you before you told me. I'm curious why it's recommended as being abandoned.
Go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. So, as mentioned in pre-budget, we had a lot of budget proposals that came forward. And we needed to struggle with how we prioritized what we brought forward and putting, I mean, already, as the board has indicated many times, there's a lot that's on the table. So it's not that these weren't important, and it's not that we didn't see them as important. It was just that we felt there were other items to bring forward that were of greater priority. And so I continue to suggest that this is a priority, but where does it fit in the order? And so that's why it was not recommended. So we would see it coming back in future years potentially. We'll continue to work with the community because maybe there's grants that can be accessed or what have you. But in terms of a budget proposal to fund the construction and ongoing maintenance of it, it was not recommended, I guess, now. Thank you.
Director Lee.
Yes, I was trying to figure out what the correct proposal would be. Would 24 be a place to put it, or?
It's at our
I could make that recommendation if that would be what staff are thinking of on their plan of how we get things done with what's on your plate.
If I may, it's really going to be at our discretion. Staff, I think I heard staff would look at it for future years, but it may not be 2024, unless you specifically asked for it to be 2024, that it comes back for further consideration. So I'll just look over to GM Gagnon to see if that's sort of the thought there.
Thank you for the question. You know, obviously we saw it as important, and we know it's important to the community because we know it's one of the few assets that are up there in Area A as well. So where I sit right now today, would I anticipate bringing it back next year? Yes, but at the same time, I have 10 more months to go, and I'm not sure, you know, what will arise, you know, over those 10 months. So really, I leave it to the board's discretion. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Lee, I've also got Director McMahon on the speakers list, so.
I'll defer to Director McMahon.
Okay, Director McMahon.
Well, I'm just going to speak in favor of deferring to next year. Your folks in Egmont won't want to be abandoned.
Director Lee.
Yes, I was considering, well, I would like to make a motion to defer it to 2024 to allow time to work with the community and see if there is other alternate funding means that might work. And if not, we can reconsider in 2024.
Thank you. And I've got a seconder for that. I don't see any other hands up, so I will call the question, A, B, D, E, and F. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Next up, on page 522, item number 5, Catherine Lake Park and Campground Management Plan. Director Bax.
I recommend that we defer this to 2024.
Okay. Do I have a seconder for that? Director Lee, this is your area, so I should have looked to you for the motion. I'm sorry, but.
Sorry, Chair, I was thinking about whether a deferral or a cancellation was in order, but a deferral is, I'm okay with that, so I'll second it.
You're seconding it? Thank you.
Yes.
And I don't see any other hands up, so I'll call the question, A, B, D, E, and F. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. And that concludes Parks. Next up, we have Annex AAA, bicycle and walking paths. So the first project here on page 525, item number 1, Lower Road retaining wall budget increase. Director Bax?
Yes, I would, with, what's feedback? Who's got it? Okay. I'm going to recommend through duress that we approve this and incorporate it into the 2023 round,
2023
2023
budget.
budget.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for it? My apologies. Thank you. Seconded. Dealing with that echo. Don't know why, but here we are. I don't see any other hands up. This is voting A, B, D, E, and F. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. And that's carried. And moving on to item number 2 on 527, not recommended, bicycle and walking paths expansion priorities to be funded through multiple areas, in multiple areas. Total project funding $294,000. Director Bax.
Let me have one more quick look at it. What's wrong with my microphone?
Turn that one off, we'll try this.
I'm going to recommend that we abandon this proposal.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? Seconded. Thank you very much. Directors, any other comments or discussion on the motion? Director Gabias.
Thank you, Chair. Question for Jim Gagnon. The portion, the Half Moon Bay portion, the Minty Road, can I just get a little bit more information as to why it's not a good option for this year or any other year?
Thank you for the question. I will suggest that it's a very similar answer to what I just provided to the previous project. It's not that it's not important.
Okay.
It's just dealing with everything else that came forward. We saw other things as being a high priority. So
Okay.
Again, the other task that we will at some point need to do is these are also projects that were started in 2014 with gas tax. And so at some point, we will need to make the decision whether or not we are going to abandon them completely and repay that funding to gas tax, or whether we're going to move forward. So I believe there was discussion about this being a agenda item for a Q2 EAS meeting, so that is on my parking lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Director McMahon, you're happy? Okay. She said everything you needed? Perfect. My speakers list is completely gone, so I will call the question on this. A, B, D, E, and F. All those in favor? And opposed? Director Bax is opposed? All right, the motion's carried. And then that is that annex done. Annex BBB. Parks Operating Technician. So number 1 on page 530, Parks Operating Technician 1.0 FTE. Directors, I know that so far you've been wanting to push a lot of the FTE conversations off to round 2 for a little more holistic view. I would welcome a recommendation to that or any other effect. Director Henderson? You don't, this is listed as voting all, but is it? It's not supposed to be. This should be parks, I would think. CFO or corporate officer?
Thank you, Chair. If you'll note on page 530, there are multiple functions in this service, hence voting all in the proposal.
Thank you. So we know that function 400 is cemetery services, thanks to Director Leaves' observation earlier. What are the other 3 functions? I don't have my list. 650's parks.
Yeah, 665 is bicycle and walking path, and
Okay.
680 is Dakota Ridge. So
okay.
because Park Services oversees all of these areas, the intent would be that this position will have a little bit of time for each of those services. So that's why they're all listed here in the
Okay.
proportion of the salary that would go to those particular areas. Thank
Okay,
you.
and because municipalities participate in Dakota Ridge, that brings us into the voting all. Okay, so that being said, Director Henderson, what's the recommendation you're making? To refer this to round two? Thank you. Do I have a seconder? I do have a seconder, thank you. Director McMahon, I see your hand up? No? That's left over? To move it to round two. Okay, I don't see any other hands up. So, excuse me. So I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. That's carried. And moving on to Annex CCC, which is Solid Waste Bylaw Implementation, Community Parks and Cemetery Services. So looking at item number 1 on page 533. And this is voting all because cemetery services is participated in by all. Perhaps a brief explanation of what we're looking at.
Thank you. I will provide a very brief explanation. So it is implementation of the solid waste bylaw, but because we have waste receptacles in the cemetery, there is a small impact in the cemetery. So this is cemetery and parks. Again, the siloed approach of regional district accounting requires that. So thank you.
Thank you. Director McMahon.
Yes, I would like to move this be approved and incorporated into the budget. One of the things I've heard from a lot of my residents is a desire to have bear-proof garbage containers in our parks. And by not doing so, we are not setting a good example.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for it? Thank you. That's seconded. I don't see any other speakers on my speakers list, so I will call the question. This is voting all. All those in favor? And opposed? Directors Henderson, Lee, and Bax opposed. The motion's carried. And moving on to Annex DDD, item number 58, which is Regional Sustainability. So we're going to do a little bit of a shuffle. Good afternoon, GM Hall. Are you providing an overview or summary, or thank you, go ahead.
Sure, thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon, committee. As context for the proposals from the Planning and Development Department, I wanted to share a reflection on the time that I have spent with the SCRD, which is coming up on 7 years, and the maturing of large parts of the organization, and particularly the planning and development area in that time. And some of this maturing or evolution has been imposed on us by legislation or standards. Some has been driven by community expectations. I think of things like virtual service. And some has been driven by professional determination of needs and then confirmed through board direction. And to highlight some of the things that have occurred, we've built data on which to recommend direction. And here I think of things like the recent planning fees and charges review, the regional housing needs assessment, or analysis of firefighter training requirements. We've made substantial progress on the recommendations directed following things like the protective services service reviews in 2018 and 2019. And we forged stronger working relationships and regional coherence in a number of service areas And I think of things like the introduction of step code, the team approach to working on climate change vulnerability assessment as highlights. And we're excited to continue this evolution through projects such as the upcoming development approvals process review, a new level of integrated sustainability planning, and initiating key performance measurement aligned with national standards for public service, as highlighted in the service plans presented earlier today. The proposals that the committee will consider from planning development were considered carefully to ensure that they focus on core service first, were responsive to community demand and expectations for service, look to the future, especially a changing climate, and minimize costs to taxpayers by deploying the most efficient methodology possible, or grant resources or reserves where we were able to, or by redeploying base budget funds where possible. And with that, I'll say thank you for your consideration, and along with the managers from our department, we're pleased to answer any questions that the committee has. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we are going into Annex DDD, Regional Sustainability. And I guess I just want to, just before we get rolling through planning, is the intention just answer any questions that come up, or do each of the managers want to speak to any of their sections?
Unless an introduction is requested, Chair, staff are pleased to answer questions.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we're looking at page 536, item number 1. Director McMahon.
I was fascinated by the idea of a permanent summer student, so they're never going to graduate, right? They're like a professional student. Are there grant programs available to potentially help us out with this? And I know there are internship positions available.
Thank you for the question. And yes, there are, and we've been fortunate to receive support for this position and positions like this in the past, and would continue to seek that.
Thank you. Director Stanford.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Do you have any record of summer students becoming full-time employees and building a career with the Sunshine Coast Regional District?
Thank you for the question. You're looking at one. I started as a summer student, and I know many of my colleagues did. I can't think of one immediately, but it is a path that exists and is we look at with interest, because it's a great way to identify star recruitment opportunities. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Director McMahon.
I'm going to try moving that this be approved and incorporated into round 2.
Thank you. And this is voting all directors. Yes, this is voting all directors because this is asset management and sustainability related. So I've got a seconder for that. Thank you. Director Bax.
Just a question on what the hiring rate is. You're going to be creating an ad for this position as a summer student, and what does it pay per hour?
Not pertinent to the conversation
Kind of is.
in an open meeting.
Okay. It's going to be public knowledge when it does.
When it does. Director Henderson.
I'll try something similar in terms of this. The numbers in front of us reflect a $21,000 salary for a third of an FTE. So that implies $63,000 per year, but this is, I believe, a part-time position. So I'm struggling with, is this really one person for part of the year part-time, or through the chair?
Good. Thank you. Staff's response here would be that we are governed in how we operate by both budget and the FTE, or the human resource plan. So one can't get out of step with the other. And as a general comment for this and all other jobs, we do go through a job rating process and follow the rating result in terms of classifying all positions. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. If I may,
Sure.
just to clarify, the implication of this, perhaps I follow. So the $21,000 salary is essentially for a third of an FTE.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director Lee?
I'm assuming that in previous years, we've been successful in getting a grant to pay for this. And I was wondering why we were moving to taxation now as opposed to putting grant in there.
Thank you. The most popular and successful grant support for positions like this is through the Canada Summer Jobs Program. And we're often not notified of application results until pretty close, or even sometimes beyond when a summer student might join us. And so, given the importance of the portfolio and the work that this position would do, the proposal is framed here as being supported by taxation, but following our financial sustainability policy, we're always looking to offset taxation with a grant. And so although it's not listed here, we will be doing that, and it is an opportunity to reduce taxation. And the Canada Summer Jobs Program only pays a portion, approximately half, if I recall the formula. Thank you.
Thank you. Follow-up?
Yes, so I understand that part. The one thing is, though, is that we tax and then figure out after. I guess if it's not all used, it ends up in reserves, and I guess some point if the reserves get too big, we'll offset taxation. Would that be a fair thought process through the chair? Is that a fair thought process?
I think that's a fair thought process, Director Lee, that if we receive grant funding for positions that are to be funded from taxation, that money stays in reserves and could be returned at a later date. CFO Pro?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I guess I'd just want to, through the chair, through staff, is just maybe understanding what grant opportunities, because I know the Canada Summer Jobs Grant is, I think the deadline has passed. So I think what we do for these particular projects is we tax to have the assurance that we have the funding, so we can apply. And if we do receive other sources of grant funding, and I know there's probably other grant opportunities for these types of initiatives, there's more and more of them because climate change is becoming so important, and so there's more provincial and federal grant funding. So there might be other sources based on project work. So yes, so what we would do is we would offset from a recovery. It doesn't mean that you get more FTE per se, so you can't really expand your project. So we do have those controls in place. But for instance, you could apply for a grant for more project and have the staff resources to work on the particular project is the benefit of having it.
Thank you. Yep. I don't see any other hands up, so I will call the question, voting all directors to incorporate into round 2 budget. All those in favor? Opposed? Just myself opposed, apparently. Anyways, that motion is carried. Thank you very much. Moving on to page 537, item number 2, not recommended. AVICC Climate Leadership Plan membership and Community Energy Association membership. Director McMahon.
Yes, since I'm on this committee, I need to talk to it, but I wondered first why it was not recommended.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, staff struggled with a decision to not recommend this. There's certainly value in networks. There's certainly value in engaging with peers. The heading above this one is not a reflection on the particular groups here at all. It was more a reflection on staff's attempt to apply the highest possible level of scrutiny to what it was essential. I guess in making that comment, staff would note the comment at the very bottom of the page that if this was to be proceeded with, we would evaluate its effectiveness and the value on an annual basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Director McMahon?
Yes, I'm totally in favor of evaluating. I personally, having watched this develop, would like to try it out for about 2 years and then decide if it's worthwhile. It's not a great deal of money. In AVICC, we are working with governments that face very similar challenges to us. For instance, all the ferry-dependent communities are members of AVICC. There's opportunity for collaboration at both the staff level and the elected level. We have been very fortunate to have considerable resources provided by the University of Victoria, which is really valuable. I've been using that because I've been in touch with the professor who needs projects for her students, and boy, do I have them. It's an opportunity for joint data collection and joint data sharing. And you know, I think we should try it out. Also, a few of the governments are considerably larger than us and better resourced. So, you know, hopefully we could go on their coattails and make use of projects or initiatives that they come up with. So I would like to give this a shot, and then definitely review and see the value to us. The challenge that we do have with AVICC is that most, but not all, of the communities are on Vancouver Island. And so it tends to be Vancouver Island centric. There are those of us who would like to rename the organization the Association of Coastal Communities and, in brackets, Vancouver Island, but that doesn't seem to be on the table right now.
I didn't hear a recommendation there, so Director
Sorry.
Henderson.
Sorry.
I'll come back to you.
Okay.
I think I'm going to just take the other side of that. I'd like to not proceed this year and evaluate it for next year. This is not a year to spend a dime if we can't afford it, is my concern. I think Director White isn't here, but I know he's off this week to AVCC. No, anyways, and I think we need to just let this one go for this year. Thanks.
Director McMahon?
Yes, I would like to move that it be approved and incorporated into round 2. And I'm going to say that if the communities do not support this initiative this year, it probably won't be here next year. So, you know, it's a first attempt, and I think we should
Thank you. Do I have
take
a
the
seconder?
opportunity.
I have a seconder for that. Thank you. Director Lee?
I was just trying to understand exactly what we are purchasing for the $7,500. When I read it, it looks like we're purchasing membership in a climate leadership plan and a community energy association membership, but not AVIC itself. It sounds like AVIC is separate from that, so just looking for a little clarity.
Mm-hmm.
It's a subset of AVICC, I believe. Director McMahon?
I'll do my best. So the Climate Leadership Plan Committee is a committee of AVICC that I sit on, and it exists. But of course, it has no resourcing. So it's not been getting very far. That's what happens when you don't have any resourcing. So they are looking at a contract with the Community Energy Association to provide the hours to get the work done, to finish the plan and come up with actions that are practical for small, particularly for smaller communities, because we are the communities that are struggling the most with these kind of challenges without having the staffing or tax base to support it.
Thank you. Director Gabias?
Thank you, Chair. Newbie question here. Is there any other source of funding other than taxation that we could utilize for this? Oh.
It's a great question to ask. It may not be answerable at this time, but
Thank you, Chair. Staff are just conferring. Subject to any further comment from the our CFO, there is a small reserve for this service that may be a source.
thank you. We do have a motion on the floor currently, which is to approve and incorporate.
Yeah, staff are just commenting, there may also be CARIP funds as a funding source, and so, but we would want to research,
We're not gonna go down that road just right now.
I think staff's comment would be, we would want to research implications of other funding sources, even though this is a small amount, just because this is not a large service.
Right.
And so if the committee is interested in other funding sources, we'd request the ability to come back with some info at round 2.
So
Thanks.
perhaps defeating this motion and bringing forward a new motion to refer it to round 2, looking at alternate sources of funding might be in order. Okay? I don't see any hands up, so I'm gonna call the question on the current motion, which is to approve and incorporate. All those in favor? All those opposed? And that's defeated. Thank you. That's okay. Director Bax.
I'm going to propose that we approve it and incorporate it into round 2.
No. Move
No?
it to round 2.
No, she wanted to approve it.
Yeah, that's what you just said.
Oh,
You would like to refer it
oh,
to
refer
round
it, sorry,
2,
refer it to round 2.
pending confirmation of alternate funding options.
Correct.
That's what I heard you say. And I've got a seconder for that. Thank you. And I don't have a speakers list, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. That's carried. And, oops. That's sustainability, which is regional. Now we're on to item number 36 in our agenda. We jump back in the agenda. Page 456. Bylaw enforcement, Annex HH. So on page 456, we're looking at item number 1, bylaw officer 1.0 FTE plus environmental training. And this is A, B, D, E, and F, and SNGD. Director Bax.
This is the only, I had some of my,
Sorry,
I had some people in my community look.
you've got the two microphones close together, so the speaker on one is feeding into the microphone of the
I
other one.
get
You
you.
have to physically
That's-
separate those microphones.
That's the issue.
Okay,
All right.
fixed it.
We'll get there in the end.
So I talked with some of my constituents who dug down into this, and they approve of this. So I will be recommending that we approve it and incorporate it into the 2023 budget.
Thank you very much, and I have a seconder for that. We're on page 456, for anybody who hasn't made that jump back successfully. This is bylaw officer addition. Yeah, page 456, Annex HH. Where we are in the spreadsheet, I don't know. I'm not referring to it, unfortunately. Line 97, thank you. I don't see any other hands up. Director Bax, I assume that's a residual. Director Lee, go ahead. Or were you pre-voting? Yeah. Go ahead.
Did we have a seconder on this yet?
Yes.
Okay, then I have comments. Our bylaw department's got quite effective right now. We have two and management, and I find them doing awful good work. So I wonder what the result of their good work will be over time. In other words, we're dealing with some really tough bylaw issues right now that are taking a lot of time. But if we get through those, what will the workload look like, say, next year? Is it anticipated to be the same? Has there been a look at that? I'd like to kind of know that. Mostly because we don't have much experience with the bylaw department, just as great as we got right now.
I hesitate to ask GM Hall to speculate on what the future may bring in terms of bylaw infractions, but if you have any comments.
Thank you, Chair. I guess firstly, thank you. Staff will be very pleased when I share that comment back. And yeah, I mean, there's the number of investigations, the number of complaints, the number of investigations that does seem to be on an upward trend still. And of course, that will change. There's also changes in behavior in terms of how the administration of these things, once we get into them with disputes after the fact or court actions that require extensive staff support, and I don't think that trend is likely to change based on what we're seeing right now. I love the optimism and the thought that we might get to a point where we're overstaffed for bylaw enforcement, but I suspect we're a long ways from that. Thank you.
Thank you. Director McMahon.
Yes, one of the most frequent complaints that I get after complaints that don't belong to me, like roads, is that we don't do enough bylaw enforcement. And I don't think I've ever had anybody complain about too much bylaw enforcement. So it's clear it's a priority for the community. There's no point having a bylaw if we can't enforce it.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands up, so I will call the question A, B, D, E, F, and SNGD. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Moving on to item number 2 on page 457, bylaw enforcement base budget increase, $18,200 funded from taxation. Director McMahon.
Yes, I'd like to move that be approved and incorporated in round 2.
And I've got a seconder for that. Thank you. I don't see any other hands up, so I will call the question A, B, D, E, F, and SNGD. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. And thus ends Annex HH bylaw enforcement. So moving on to II. We are on the Gibsons and District Fire Protection. So looking at page 459, item 1, training budget, base budget increase. So this is EF and Town of Gibsons. Director Bax.
I'm going to move that
Nope.
we.
EF and Town of Gibsons.
Oh, it's not me, huh?
Nice try. Director McMahon.
Yes, option 1, approve and incorporate into round 2, please.
Thank you very much. And I have a seconder, which is good because I've only got 2 of the 3 service participants here. So hope you guys don't split your votes. Director Henderson.
Only to advise the board that Director White, as he left, said he was in favor, so
Thank you.
he doesn't get to vote, but there.
Thank you for that. So I will call the question, EF and Town of Gibsons. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. That is that annex. So moving on to Annex JJ, which is the Roberts Creek Fire Protection District, or Fire Protection, page 461, item number 1, training budget, base budget increase. Director Bax, go.
Do I have to recuse myself from this?
No.
I would propose that we approve and incorporate this into the 2023 round 2 budget.
Thank you, and this is voting all because it's a single service participant. Thank you, Director Lee, for seconding. No hands up, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Moving on to Annex KK, which is the Half Moon Bay Fire Protection. Same item, training budget, base budget increase, Area B.
Well, I would like number 1 on the menu with a side of gratitude. But that the following budget proposal be approved and incorporated into the 2023 Round 2 budget.
Thank you, and I've got seconders for that. Again, single service participant, so it's voting all. All those in favor? Thank you, that's carried. Moving on to Annex LL, Sunshine Coast Emergency Planning. So on page 465, item number 1, we're looking at Fire Smart 2.0, which is $370,000, funding source contingent upon UBCM grant funding. Director Bax, I see your hand up.
I'd like to move that we approve and incorporate this into the 2023 round budget.
Thank you. I will second that. Director McMahon. Oh, my apologies. CFO Perot.
Yeah, so this particular budget proposal has to be referred to round 2. The reason being is we can't put contingent funding in our budget. So usually what we do is we have an active grant out there, and once we receive confirmation from the grantor that we are successful, we come back to the board and we would approve that particular item. So
It appears we were premature in making that motion, so friendly withdrawal? Okay.
Yeah.
Director McMahon?
Yes, it wasn't clear to me from the budget proposal whether these 4.5 FTEs were permanent or temporary.
Go ahead.
Thanks for the question. They're temporary and grant dependent. Thanks.
I think these are actually the Fire Smart folks that are hired when we get the grant to do the Fire Smart work. It's just not clear in there. Okay, fair enough. So do I have a recommendation that somebody would like to make to refer it to round 2? Director McMahon?
I would like to refer this to round 2.
Great idea. Thank you. And I've got a seconder for that. I don't see any other hands up, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. So item number 2 on page 466, Emergency Support Services Director, exempt casual position, 0.114 FTE. Director McMahon.
Yes, this is a pretty responsible position for a volunteer to take on. I mean, at least I believe this is the person who deals with distressed folks who have been burned out of their homes. And it needs support, and we've been having more and more emergencies, although I don't know what the impact on this program has been lately. Are there any comments from staff?
About our various emergencies and the impact on the emergency support services. Okay.
Okay, thank you for the question. I don't have the exact stats in front of me, but certainly anytime there's a structure fire, these are the people who respond and help out. So far we haven't had any large incidents, any we'd call level 2 for mass evacuation type things. But each year we usually get, I would say, 2 to 3 structure fire situations where we have to find accommodation and food and clothing and so on for the people when they're standing there on the side of the street at 2 in the morning. So yeah, it is a very valuable service.
Thank you. Director McMahon?
Yes, I would like to approve this and incorporate it into 2023 round 2. And I will note also that there's a lot of training involved in these positions, and you have to keep it up.
That's a long motion, but thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Director Lee. Director Lee, I see your hand up. Did you want to speak to this, or were...
I wanted to speak in support, but I don't think it's necessary at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. This is all areas, so voting all directors. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Item number 3 on page 467, hazard risk and vulnerability analysis update. So $50,000 to be funded from taxation. Director Henderson.
Yes, Chair, through you, who does, or how is this money being spent? Is it being spent on, is it staff time essentially to do the analysis, or is there a third-party consultant?
Thank you.
Thank you. This would be for contracted supplemental support, so that because this is a significant undertaking, it's very structured, involves a lot of interviews with informants as well as data analysis, and we don't have the capacity in-house to do that while also supplying operational needs. Thanks.
So just as a clarification, reading this in a little more detail, it looks like this may actually be is this a $50,000 project or a $40,000 project with $10,000 going towards the reserves for the next round of doing this assessment? CFO Pro?
From a math perspective, so the 2023 funding would be $50,000. But ongoing, what we're saying is, because we have to keep this up, we want to fund $10,000 per year, contribute,
Okay.
put it into the reserve. So from a total ask, it's in perpetuity. It just means that you're going to fund the big chunk because we don't have any funds available right now, so we have to fund it through taxation. In future years, you're going to be funding 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, and then spend. So
Okay.
it'll be cyclical because it's a requirement ongoing.
Thank you. Director Henderson? Okay, I just see your hand up. So Director McMahon.
Just wondering, since emergencies are so topical, if there's any grant opportunities circling.
Thanks for the question, and we did look. Because this is foundational core sort of work, we weren't able to or I assume that that's why we were not able to identify any opportunities to fund this. However, I would note that some other grant programs are predicated on the HRVA. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Lee?
I was just refresh my memory. I believe that we're actually looking to build what I call a risk map, so that we can put future plans in place and focus our activities in the right place. I think that's what this is. Am I correct in that?
Yes. Yes. Thank you. Director Bax?
Just a question about, this is going to be, you're going to be looking at all the different risks that the Sunshine Coast can face and coming up with contingency plans based on those risks. Is that correct? That's what this is for?
This project would be the qualitative and quantitative analysis that would lead us to updates to our emergency response and recovery plan, and potentially to other topic-specific plans and other emergency preparedness work. Thanks.
It's more like the where and what's of the hazards than, yeah. Director McMahon. No, sorry, if you don't mind, I'm going to go to Director Stamford because she hasn't had a chance to speak.
As there's a lot of terminology around planning in this particular project, are the islands going to be part of the plan, or is that separate?
Yes, the islands are inbounds. Inbound?
Within scope. Thank you. Director McMahon.
Yes, the old plan, which I've read, is very old. I would like to move that this be approved and incorporated into round 2.
Thank you. And I have a seconder for that. Director Henderson.
I think I'd be curious, I see it's from current taxation, and we just heard from CFO Perot that the idea is to start building a reserve. I think this is something that surely we have existing reserves somewhere that we could use to fund this.
On page 468 shows the reserve balances for the emergency planning. CFO Perot.
Yes, and just to give a little context for current directors, because of continuous EOCs, we have incurred some deficits in our emergency planning service because we had nothing to draw from, and that's a regional service. For the COVID incident, we used some of the COVID restart funds at the regional district to offset some of that. So what the vision was starting last year was starting to build a reserve for this particular service. So that's what you'll see on page 468 of the agenda, where we're starting to build up a operating reserve. So at the start of 2023, we'll only have 18,000. So we haven't quite finished our year end. I'm not quite sure what the status of this particular service, but that's where we would draw for any EOC or prolonged EOC costs that are outside of sort of a regional in nature.
Thank you. Follow up or come back to you?
Well, no, it's fine.
Thank you. Director McMahon?
We need to do this work and we need to do it now. That said, we should be advocating with the province for better funding from the province to cover emergency planning and operations because it's being downloaded on us. Thank you.
Definitely. Thank you for that. I don't see any other hands up, so I will call the question on this. Voting all those in favor? Opposed? Director Henderson opposed. The motion's carried. Thank you. Next up, item number 4 on page 467, Extreme Heat Planning Grant. This is $120,000 funding source provincial grant. GM Hall?
So unlike the prior one, this one we have a grant result to report, and fortunately it is positive. So this one is here so that if the committee wishes, this can be incorporated into not only the financial plan, but the 2023 work plan. Thanks.
Director Bax?
I move that we approve this and incorporate it into the 2023 budget and work plan.
Thank you. Seconded by Director McMahon. I don't see any other hands up. This is voting all. I will call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. That's carried. Great news. That takes us to the end of emergency planning. So we are moving on to Annex MM, which is regional planning. Our director's still doing okay? Did they want to take 5 minutes to get up and stretch, or we're on a bit of a roll? All right, then we will keep going. So Annex MM, page 469, item number 1 is regional planning, regional housing coordinator. So I believe that this is a position that has been funded through MRDT in the past, so it's just sort of a continuation of that service. Director Gabias?
Thank you, Chair. This has been, I think, a really good bang for our buck, and I am happy to move this following budget proposal to be approved and incorporated into the 2023 Round 2 budget.
Thank you, and I have seconders for that. I don't see any other hands up, so this is regional. Oh, sorry, Director Henderson.
Just to clarify, so this is fully funded without taxation?
This is fully funded through the MRDT tax that is returned from the province.
I think you're saying, yes, it's not taxation.
It is not SCRD taxation on our residents.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry, getting a look from the CFO over there, that's making me nervous, so. All right, we have a motion on the floor to approve and incorporate. I will call the question. This is voting all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Item number 2, on page 470, regional planning, SCRD, public lands comprehensive review. $100,000 funded from taxation, possible grant. Director Henderson.
Is this then similar to the other one that we need to kick this to round 2 because it's grant dependent? Or I see grant possible, but what is, or I guess we're voting essentially on whether we want to fund it with taxation and hope we get a grant.
GM
That's
Hall.
it.
Thank you. Again, Thank you for the question. This is an example of a project of high enough priority that staff are bringing it forward with a recommendation for taxation as the source, with a note that we will seek grants to offset that. We will have a forthcoming report on those grants. The timeline for approval of those is such that it would be after the budget process. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Bax.
So if we were to defer this to 2024, would it still be something that you could write grants about? Would you still be able to, is it possible for us to get a grant first and then approve it?
Seeing some head nodding over there, but GM Hall, I don't know if you wanted to weigh in on the process.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I assume the nod would confirm that yes, that approach is available to us. The comment that staff would have on the implication of a delay is that this project is scoped such that it addresses several business needs. The most intensive one of those needs is is number 2. I'm looking in the rationale and service impacts line on page 470. That's probably the most labor-intensive work because it has the biggest scope. And numbers 2 and 3, there in terms of the scope, they're not mandatory. They could be delayed if desired. But if the project as a whole is determined to be delayed, then staff would likely come back with a proposal for a revised project that deals with number 1. Part of the scope called number 1 there, because we do have some pressing space needs corporately that need to be addressed through a similar type of analysis that would be applied for 2 and 3. So there's an economy of scale potential by doing all together, but only part 1 is what staff would consider mandatory. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Henderson.
Thank you. I think I'd be in support of this if it was grant dependent. We could approve it, but you could only start when we get the grant. The other part is, I'm curious, again, is this a outsourced project that you would hire somebody, or is it being done by staff?
Thank you for the question. This would, there would be some staff work implications, particularly in our GIS area to prepare data sets, but the majority of the work would be contracted out to specialized planning and GIS consultants who would do land analysis and public engagement. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Stanford.
Thank you, Chair. I noticed in terms of taxation allocation that the islands are included in this. I'm just wondering how that is viewed as part of this process. Just looking at some of the visions for this, doesn't really apply to islands.
Go ahead.
Speaking with care so that I don't alarm our island residents, SCRD, as one example of a public landowner, does own land on islands, and I suppose there is the question of whether there are opportunities associated with that land, be it for housing, be it for services, be it for disposition in order to fund other things. And so without indicating anything specific about islands, there are public lands on islands that we of course want to consider whether they're meeting community needs in the best way possible. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Directors, any recommendations? I'm hearing a possible potential to defer it to 2024.
Okay,
Director
because
Henderson?
Just to repeat, I don't know if you'd like a motion to this effect, but to make it, approve it subject to receiving a grant is a potential, but you'd prefer that at round 2.
we can't approve funding subject to grants within our financial plans
Then
for the regional district.
Then I know how I will vote. Thank you.
However, if we deferred it to 2024 and a grant came along, we could apply for a grant and then amend our financial plan. So, Director Bax.
If we defer it to 2024 and the grant's applied for and the grant comes back earlier, is it possible for us to approve it at that time and start the project?
The SCRD is able to amend its financial plans to include grants when they are received throughout the year.
Excellent. Okay, so that answers my question.
Thank you. Director Bax?
I'll make a motion to defer it to 2024.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? Okay, seconded by Director Henderson. Any other discussion from directors? Director Gavias?
Thank you, Chair. Just a question, just to make sure I get this right. If we were to defer this to 2024, the planning department would go ahead with doing some of the work with number one? Is that correct? Is that what?
Would likely come back asking for a proposal to do some of the work in number one.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yeah, if we defer it to 2024, they do not have direction to proceed with any part of it because we have not approved the plan. I think that's correct. I'm seeing a head nod. Thank you. I don't see any other hands up, so I'll call the question. This is voting all. All those in favor of deferral to 2024? All those opposed? Oh, sorry, Director Gabias? So you're in, let's just do it again. All those in favor? Let me count slowly. 4 opposed. Director Lee and Director McMahon, thank you. Okay, that motion is carried. It was 5, sorry, thank you. Okay, next up on page 471, we have item number 3, which is not recommended, which is Mount Elphinstone Hydrological Study. Director McMahon?
How did you guess? I'm struggling with this one a bit because we have hydrology problems up the wazoo. And part of the problem is that the creeks are not properly mapped. And if you try to ground truth our maps, it doesn't work. And we have really serious stormwater problems. So I guess my questions are, can we not proceed without Modi? Because I fully appreciate the difficulty of getting them on board with pretty much anything at all. And another option is to make this grant dependent. And how would that work? I don't know. What do you think, staff?
GM Hall?
Thank you for the question, Chair. I guess at the outset, staff would say we do have a meeting with senior folks from the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure before round 2. And so if there is a desire to hear more about this idea, which is currently listed under not recommended, then deferring it so that staff can bring more information back, certainly an option, of course, for the committee. The other thing to say would be that if there's a desire to, on the part of the committee, to hear about a project that does not or is not predicated on the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure, then staff could work with that direction. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Lee?
Thank you, Chair. I think that it's very important to work with Modi because we're not allowed to plan on Crown land. We can only plan for private land. So this has got to be a joint project with Modi, but I'm very keen to see it go forward. So I would be quite happy to make a motion for number 3 and hope for the best and that it's be referred to 2023 round 2 budget.
Thank you, and I've got a seconder for that already, so thank you, Director McMahon. Director McMahon, I see your hand up.
I definitely would like to hear more about this, because Modi isn't the only player in this game. That it's Flynn Road, or whatever they are now. I've lost track. But Modi is only the player with the roads, and that's not all our problems, although it's a bunch of problems. So, thank you.
Bear with me one moment. The question was whether we want this referred to round 2 with a staff report to come back from the Modi meeting. So I don't see any alarm at the staff table to that suggestion, so I would be willing to entertain an amendment to that recommendation that's on the floor. Moved, seconded, thank you. Director Lee, I see your hand up. Is that to the amendment, or is that just a residual thing? That's okay, thank you. Then I'll call the question. All those in favor of the amendment? Okay, thank you, that passes. So we have an amended motion on the floor that this be referred to round 2 with a staff report coming back following the meeting with Modi. So I don't see any other hands. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, Tara. And that concludes regional planning. Doesn't it? Did I skip ahead? Annex, okay, that concludes Annex MM, which was regional planning on its own. Next up is Annex NN, which is regional and rural planning. Distinctly different from the last regional planning that we saw. So on page 473, item number 1, planning new assistant manager, 1.0 FTE, allocated 90% to rural planning and 10% to regional planning. Director McMahon.
Yes, if one has happened to read ahead to the Q4 planning report in an upcoming agenda, that will explain really well, I think, why we need this additional position. The volume of work in our planning department has skyrocketed and our available resources have not. So I'm very much in favor of this. The backlogs are not acceptable. I mean, no knocking staff here. There's only so much you can do in a day. Well, I'm going to try moving that this be approved and incorporated in round 2.
Approved and incorporated into the budget. Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? I have a seconder. Thank you, Director Stamford. I guess I've got a question in reading this. It's not clear to me how much of the regional planning falls within this particular scope of work. So I just look for some clarity. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Chair. It's allocated 90% to rural and 10% to regional, and that follows time analysis that we've done over the last few years. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Director Bax?
I'm just wondering, in this hierarchy that you have in planning, is there anyone below assistant manager?
Yes.
We have many planners.
We have senior planners, various ratings of planners, and technicians.
So would we get better bang for our buck by hiring someone at a lower level?
Manager Jackson.
Thank you for the question, through the chair. Staff have looked at that and different options that we could have to try and boost the horsepower on the team. The fact of the matter is that where we're at right now is that we need a position that has the exempt authority to help with decision making on key rural and regional projects, specifically in development planning and long range planning. There's a high need with the big projects that are ahead of us to have that authority there to be able to make those decisions. Additionally, we have previously looked at trying to recruit a senior planner, and were unsuccessful multiple times at that. Due to primarily not being competitive with Metro Vancouver rates, which is the biggest pool that we tend to draw out of for our staffing resources. Thank you.
if I could add a comment, other considerations here are we're heading into it. We've been in a time of change, but we're heading into a period of more change with the most significant process review we've undertaken possibly ever in planning in the regional district. And so senior level resources to help implement that are seen as important to our long-term service, sustainable service delivery. Thanks.
Thank you. I have a motion on the floor to approve and incorporate. I don't see any other hands up. I will call the question on this. This is voting all. All those in favor? That's 4 in favor. All those opposed? Director Henderson, Bax, and myself opposed. The motion's carried. Thank you. And that is the end of that annex. So moving on to, flip my page, Annex 00. Building inspection services. Item number 1 on page 476. So we're looking at building inspection services vehicle replacement. Director McMahon.
I saw the fateful letters EV in here. That's good news. The folks from the Solar Association informed me that there's a ton of grants out there for transitioning fleets to electric, and just wondering if staff is looking into that. Thank you.
Always is the answer I heard whispered from the staff table. So hopefully that's a sufficient answer to that question. Okay. Go ahead, Director McMahon.
Sure, you want a motion, don't you?
I sure do, and I can't make it myself.
I'm going to move, well, you could, but yeah.
I get called a point of order because I don't participate in building inspection services.
Oh, I beg your pardon, of course. All right, I would like to move that this be approved and incorporated into the round 2 budget.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? I do have a seconder. Thank you. Director Lee.
I'd just like to comment that I fully support the use of EVs for this, and specifically for Director McMahon. She's converted me.
All right. Thank you. This is voting A, B, D, E, F, and S, N, G, D. I see no other hands, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? And opposed? Director Bax opposed. The motion's carried. Thank you. And item number 2 on page 477, Building Inspection Services, Digital Plan Review Preparedness, Hardware, Software, and Training. $5,500 to be funded from Operational Reserve. Director McMahon.
Great, we're getting with the digital age. I'm happy to move to approve and incorporate into round 2.
Thank you, and I have a seconder for that. Yeah, that's where we're going. Digital plan work, and it's been a game changer, at least in the district of Sechelt, so, yeah. I don't see any other hands up. I'll call the question. A, B, D, E, F, and S, N, G, D. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. And that takes us to the end of 00. Now, next up is Annex PP, Hillside Development. I know that Director White had expressed concern that he wasn't going to be here, but it looks like this is, sorry, it's just one project. We're gonna proceed. So we're on Annex PP, item number 1 on page 479. Director McMahon.
Oh dear, Hillside. I think there needs to be some discussion on Hillside, particularly given the culvert that came out recently. Oh, right. I didn't hear about that. Yeah, I'm thinking let's move it to second round so that
Okay.
Director White can be there. So I move that we refer it to round 2 budget.
Thank you, and I've got numerous seconders for that, so I don't see any other hands up, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Okay. And that takes us to the end of planning, I think. not to adjourn. I would check with directors if they are content with where we are for the day, with the idea of starting on item number 59, which is regional solid waste, tomorrow morning. I see some nods of approval. Director Bax, I see your hand up. I may regret this.
Before I move to adjourn.
Nope. Move to recess, perhaps. The meeting does not end
Before-
until we're done.
Before I move to recess, I have a point of privilege. We need to arrange the microphones in a different way tomorrow.
However, I did hear you say that you wanted to move to recess. Would you like to make that motion to recess
I
until
would
tomorrow
move to
morning at 9:30?
recess until tomorrow morning at 9:30.
Great, thanks. And I've got seconders for that. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9:30.